I just realized I made a mistake. To hear more about it, tune in and experience an AC Evo menu stream together with me. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, fuck it, hide my logo on the screen, why not? Is image stabilization working? I don't know. It's supposed to. That is the idea. I want to try that. So let's try that. Now your POV should be relatively stabilized. Okay. I have reinstalled the game and deleted all the fluff, but with that I forgot that I got rid of all the settings and all the controls. So it's gonna be a very short menu stream at the beginning as I set up my controls. Hi Octavian. So let me get you here. Okay, it's not covering the menu, it's not. Maybe even a bit like that. I think the performance metric I can leave out because I just lowered some settings and I kinda know what to expect. You can see that it's stabilized ever so slightly. I think that's good. Okay. It's actually really interesting. Whoa, there's someone walking there. That's crazy. Anyway. Yeah, I'm running just the old CV1. Look, I stated many times, I just like this headset and I don't intend on upgrading anyway, because as you can see, I already have quite some trouble of running, for example, this. So, as my primary focus is still competition, I need to prioritize performance over my personal like enjoyment, because obviously like it would be amazing to render some of the games in like super high resolution with like super nice clarity, but in many cases that's not possible when I want to prioritize performance. And it just happens that in my opinion with CV1 the resolution is the only thing that's holding it back. Everything else is fucking amazing about it. So yeah, into controls we go. Dang, that's lagging now. Yeah. I don't use the headphones. The Oculus Audio. I just well, I do use headphones. I just use my own headphones, the Sennheiser ones, right? And obviously the blacks are really nice. I wanted to check where I can see. Oh, there's a free camera. Can I actually get a free camera? Let's see. Onboard free look, free sequence. I guess that's for moving the camera around. Maybe pitch up, pitch down, slow. Yeah, so I guess that is for free camera controls. Reset view, cancel reset view, toggle zoom, toggle camera in showroom. I have actually no idea which is the button to modify shift control alt. Okay, yeah, that's true. Anyway. Throttle, brake, clutch. I don't have handbrake, so I'll leave it at that. And invert, invert. Oh, so I can also change the clutch curvature here, so I don't have to change it in Heusinkveld Profiler. Okay. Shifter. I think I can also change gear. First, second, third. Oh. Yeah, it's wrong. I need to do it again. First. Because now the second gear was also. So I need to go out of gear before clicking the next one. Copy. Fifth here. Sixth. Seventh. And I need a reverse as well. There we go. And now here. If you understand what the hell that menu works like, it's actually really convenient that you can do it separately for each thing. It's just that there's a lot of stuff, you know, and it would be nice if in this box right here, those things were categorized as well. So they would be maybe in like separate categories as well, in like drop down. Not drop down menus, but like expandable like menus. Because here I also want the clutch here, which is, I don't know why is it actually that discalibrated. I'll clear it then, never mind. Yeah. like there's shit of stuff here, and I don't know what's what, but I guess cycle light 1 is just basic lights. I need wipers. Oh, while we're at it, why not add those two stuff? Retractable headlights, toggle. There it is. Ignition, starter, that's obviously gonna be important. Pit limiter, traction control increase. Sorry, that's decrease. Decrease, increase. ABS as well. There it is. ABS decrease, increase. Engine map. ASC performance mode. Display. I need to find a wiper. Wiper cycle 1. Mirror FOV, mirror yaw, optional animation. There's a bunch of stuff, which is good. But I think we're done with that. Although, one more thing. I'm just gonna show you what graphics that I'm using. So when I reinstall the game, yeah, there is search feature, but I would have to keep on looking at my keyboard while typing, and that would get annoying. Anyway, when I loaded up the game, those are the basic settings that could load it up. I just increased the texture size. I increased the anti-aliasing from 2x to 4x, and I turned off. What did I turn off? Like motion blur, depth of field quality. I think that's what I turned off. And I also realized, I wasn't using that yesterday, that there's a fidelity effects contrast adaptive sharpening, that no matter what other anti-aliasing option I'm using, I can try. So I'm gonna try half, and let's see how it's gonna look like. So turn down pretty low. Let's just okay. Well, I didn't try that Octavian, but I hate how low anisotropic filtering looks like. It just looks disgusting. Up, down, left, back, pitch, yaw, roll, toggle zoom, cancel reset view. Is reset view the? No, it's not recentering me. So where is the recentering? I think they're. I think internally they're closer than we think, but there probably has to be a lot of work done before all the other stuff that they just want to implement and they know how to implement it can actually happen on a consumer level for us. And that's where they at. Doesn't matter. Let's get driving. Here everything is off. Clear track. And yeah. What cars do I want to try? I haven't tried the Camaro after the updates, so I want to try the Camaro after updates. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try it out at some point, Octavian, but I think today the performance for me is decent enough that I'm just gonna keep on driving with this. So, yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot to bind the one most important thing to bind, which is the fucking steering wheel. There we go. Now I have all of it. Yay! Okay, how many degrees is that? That's simple 900, isn't it? Yeah, that's simple 900. So let me quickly go to Simucube software, 900, bam. 900. Okay. And I don't have the... Okay, so you see, Octavian, the arrows making me move left, right, changing the seating position and changing the UI at the same time. That's by default. That's by default. Where is the recentering button for VR? Maybe it's in UI. Surely not in car, right? It's got to be camera. Yeah. I know that. I was just pointing out that there was that weird thing that yesterday I was talking about. That on top of that, you are changing that by default with the arrows. But if you do that in VR, by default also those arrows move the HUD around, even though it's nowhere stated in the menu. Unless, okay, I actually can't even clear those bindings. Like I'm not able to. They're just by default and I can't clear them. I tried reset view, but it didn't do anything. Oh, now it does something. In the menu it wasn't, but now it's doing it. Okay. I tried it in the menu, but it wasn't that, so Anyway, now it does work. Okay, thank you. Second time lucky. And now all the sitting position that was yesterday set for some cars is gonna be reset for today. I also need to buy different like extenders for my steering wheel so I can put it further away. Right, so I'm gonna buy the extender for the other wheel, for the Formula wheel. So then that's gonna be put in an extender. It's gonna be still in the same position as now, but then this wheel, the round wheel that I have, is too close to me, and well, then if I with the extender leave the other one in this position, then this one without the extender would move back. Okay, let's get going. Let's check out. It could be that the game is slightly too loud this time around, because the audio is exactly at 100%. So let's move it back to whatever we yesterday used, I think like 40 or 35. And what do we have in that car setup wise? Low pressures, interesting, 26 are lowest available. Quite a lot of tow by default on the rear. Telemetry laps recorded. Is it recording Motec? I don't think it is. And we have hypercar tires, supercar tires, and road tires. But let's try with all the supercar tires. And we have now anti-roll bar to choose from. Bump stop range from 0 to 0.2. That's interesting that the road car has bump stop range from, and here from 0 to 0.4 on the front. Okay. Like yesterday. Also do one more thing, because I remember from yesterday that glare was quite heavy. So I'll lower the exposure even more. Is there like, it's completely blocked off? Oh yeah, it's completely blocked off. So even if I try, I can't. really tail happy still. Stream. right-hand side tires warmer? Are they really doing more work? I mean, it's Donington. It's weird. I don't understand that language. What are you even saying? Okay, so there are controls for free camera or like with F6 for onboard camera, but they don't do anything, and F5 camera as well doesn't do anything. So there's only f2 camera, which is this, obviously normal driving cameras, and there's some trackside cameras. Okay. And now I know. So it still drives fairly the same. I wanted to drive more of NSX yesterday, I remember that. Lovely car. Not yet. To be fair, I think it's for a better as it is right now. Just let them cook. How was that not a cat? Okay, I was not a cat because I actually touched the curve perfectly. That's why it was not a cat. By mistake, I cut the track absolutely perfectly to a millimeter. Because technically I am going on off the track with this tire, but then the other one is still on. And then when the other rear tire is off, then they need to went through the slow. Oh wait, there is slow motion. I'm stupid. Oh fucking hell! There's still that thing from ACC where tires are rotating 8 times slower than they actually would. Yeah, and when the rear tire goes off ever so slightly, the fronts are in, or maybe you can say that this actually is in. Well, I don't, yeah, maybe you could say that actually this is in. I don't know what actually are the hitboxes and stuff, but well, this was valid. And now we know. I was not at home. Vintage tires are so slidey. Okay, let's do a valid lap so I have a reference. mean, as a game it performs better, but obviously driving wise it's still the same thing, which is still really good. But big driving changes are gonna be really in the next update. The next release is really the big one. And it has spa, so it's the best update ever. Valid lap, let's try to build on it. Well, I never really drove an NSX, but it doesn't really sound like one. I see what they're going with before, but but we already saw that, for example, S2000 got a decent sound update quite soon after the release, and that really made it quite a lot better than the default. Whether what's gonna be faster, an SX or S2000? I'll try that. I'll do a few more laps in this, and then I'll try an S2000. This should be like in 44s. Yeah. I took that hyper way too cleanly, and that's just too slow. So I could maybe get a 53 in this. Just default setup, nothing changed on vintage tires. I want to see what I can do in the same conditions in an S2000. The scrolling through the car selection in the menu is so bad. They need to optimize the shit out of it because this is so laggy. I want to try the special edition with blue. I recently saw one for sale in this spec. And I don't think the time of day for now affects the track conditions that much, so I'm just gonna change the time. Yeah, I'm convinced. I've convinced myself that the majority of the sounds so far are just placeholders. Also, considering what some of the cars just sound like, it makes sense that the cars are just placeholders. So you see, majority of the pit lanes are flat, right? So you can see that if I lock it now to horizon, with the camera being 7 degrees pitched, right? So if it's at 0, it's looking down. If it's pitched at 7, and I use now lock to horizon, now you can see that it's barely changing anything. It's more like tilting a little bit, but it's barely changing, right? So actually, camera being straight, like not pitched at all, would be like 7 degrees in that car. And it's different car to car. And I think they need to change that, because in VR and even on the screen, this is just confusing. Like, why the fuck would you have to pitch the camera on the screen as well 7 degrees if you want to like get all the calculated things for triple screen, right? This is just wrong. Need to get that sorted. Also, the shift knob in this car is modeled really weirdly. It's way too small. The rest is quite decent, although the stocks look to be like little too small. Nitpicking. Oh fuck. Why is my mouse recently so fucking bad when it's in wireless mode? And I wanted to put it on eco tires as well. We rotation this car. It's almost the same. It's close enough. This is gonna sound really a lot better. And there's gonna be also a very clear changeover when the VTEC kicks in. But it's still a bit like not raw enough. I don't know. But this is a lot better sounding car and a lot closer to what it should be compared to the NSX. If only change at 40 kph to first gear was that easy in a real car. Also, I want to be able in an S2000 put the roof down. They need to give us a retractable roof in this car and maybe an option to put a hardtop on. it had a factory hardtop. It had also a factory aero kit, so where's that kudos? Even modern eco tires are so much more grippier than vintage tires on an SX. I guess after this I'm gonna have to retry an SX on the new road tires. I don't agree. I don't agree in the slightest. Some of the cars in GT7 do sound good, but there's always that weird sound, especially in the interior, that's just like always present in every single car. Although, like, don't get me wrong, GT7 has some good sounding cars, right? But some of the modded cars in the original Assetto Corsa are the ones that sound the best. Some of the stuff in the race room sounds really good. Like this S2000, this sounds really, really good considering it's just, you know, OEM exhaust system and OEM intake system. So this car is not gonna sound crazy. I can tell you that this is quite accurate. I mean, I drove this car, so I don't know. This is quite accurate after the update. So. I still would like a bit of rawness in this, but it is what it is. At some point people are just gonna be more, okay, this is way faster. At some point people are just gonna start modding sounds and we'll be there. Sounds are difficult to capture because they're surprisingly complex. This is so grippy on eco tires. Am I on eco tires? Yes, I am on eco tires. 52.7. Let me see how much faster I'm gonna go if I put camber on it. Maybe 3.5 is a bit extreme. But like, I don't know, 2 on the front. Two on the front, 2.2 on the rear. Lower pressure. And those supercar tires, which, like I said yesterday, in this case are those Toyo tires. Probably physics-wise is just modeled in the same way, but it's cool to have visual change as well. There was somewhere on Reddit like a leaked car list for the game. Obviously I don't remember any of it at this point. Screw LFM, honestly. Like, if they can't, and it's an opinion of so many drivers, even the ones that still decided to do the LFM Pro. It's such a shit show. First of all, Kunos should not have left the game in the state that they left it at. Second of all, LFM has so much data, so much control over how that series could be going, and ACC got to the point where competition is so fierce that you need some really advanced scrutineering on how different cars are gonna be bopped and used in a championship. And the LFM just decided to stop caring, and it is the shit show it is, where you either drive a Mustang or you lose, with few exceptions here and there, right? But that's the rule of thumb, and I'm not interested in that. I want to be able to pick a Porsche, for example, in that for example, the last season I did an LFM, where it was me versus Castorino throughout the championship, and George was here and there. It was fairly enjoyable season. It was still before Ford was added, right? And then after the Ford was added, the game became unplayable if you were not in Ford, because you cannot race against that car. Simple as that. So, yeah, that sums it up. But for example, like the startup sound is really nice. That's really nice. The startup sounds in the cars where it's done are really nice. Then there are some cars that still use startup sounds from like ACC cars, probably as placeholder. Okay, let's try the NSX on the supercar tire. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually cannot keep up with the S2K. Later we can try again that Alpha. So S2K was actually faster, damn it. That's impressive. I mean, those cars are like 2 years apart, and NSX isn't that much more power. What did I say? Yeah, they are almost 10 years. Well, they are 10 years apart, and the power difference is very marginal as well. And S2K is probably maybe lighter, maybe. And maybe the second generation of the NSX would be a bit more capable. Default configuration. Is that not a cat? Oh, that's interesting, because that didn't give me a cat. No, I don't recall having any issues. And it's not like I had an issue with the automatic one. It's just that I've never even tried an automatic one. I just always switch everything off, and I just like doing stuff manually. So lights, wipers, or manual, and off you go. So it's not that I had issues with automatic or I had issues with manual ignition engine either. It's just that I like to do it manually, and I didn't really have any issues with either implementation in the game. Okay, other cool cars. I want to see how Alfa drives, because I know that 296 felt a little bit different in the way how the electronic differential worked in that car, and I think this car could be an open diff car. So I want to see how it's gonna drive. Let's try it at, I don't know what track Alfa would suit. Well, it would suit something like Imola. Try if like in I don't know. No, it's not in settings. You can't really change it on the fly, can you? No. But when you're starting the session, and check what are your assists, because I remember when I had some of the assists on or some of the assists off. I remember that maybe like auto clutch was like bugging out when I was trying to clutch in and change gears manually. So maybe it could be the same with the ignition, that if you have it manual, but if you have it binded to manual, but it's in assist automatic, then it could be like working against each other. So could be, I think, I don't know how much degrees is that. That's like 720 plus 10. Let's try 740 degrees. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly that. And again, view settings. Look, why am I like looking ahead and I can see inside my body? This is so wrong. Like this is not the same position. And again, I'm looking down. Horizon is there, and by default, I'm looking there. Which for you, as you're watching the stream, you're just thinking that I'm looking downwards. I'm not looking downwards. I'm looking ahead of myself, but the camera is pointed downwards. Yeah, I have everything off. Buttons bind. I didn't really have any issues. So can't help you with that, unfortunately. Get the log and get it to the. I don't know if there are some channels on forums where you can share that stuff. Okie dokie. Is that on supercar tire? That is on a supercar tire by default. Okay. The gearbox in this car is so bad. The shift light in this car is so stupid. Like, you have those two like things that come on yellow on the side, right? In the middle screen. Now, but this is not yet to shift, and they become bigger, and then a word shift in the middle lights up, but in comparison the shift word is so small to the other big LEDs, so you barely see it. And as I understand, then it starts blinking with that little white thing, but it's so small, and I think that's already past. At this point the engine is almost hitting the limiter. The yellow stuff is too big. Very much doing a one wheel peel. Spinning the inside tire. I don't understand how Alfa can sell a car like that with no locking differential. It's a special track version of the car. How the fuck do you offer it with no differential? I know that people buy this car just for posing and it looks cooler, right? That doesn't change the fact that you just don't sell a car like that with open air. Come on. Weird to drive because you just sit quite high in it. You probably sit, yeah, the character is like, I don't know, you should be sitting lower in this, to be fair, considering where the seat is and it's a bucket, so. The character, you can see the character model is also sitting in a weird position in game, and in VR it's disturbing because he's not actually sitting in the seat, or like his body is quite like big in the, like as now I'm looking, it would be like my left and right, it's just depth, because normally your body would sink into that bucket seat. Like my bucket seat right now is sort of almost aligned with that model of the bucket seat right here, right? And I'm sinking into that bucket seat. So if I would want to sit as I would sit in that bucket, even maybe that, yeah, almost like that would be the thing. But then the model of the thing is like, what the fuck? I see the shoulders of the guy beside me, almost ahead of me. So that's weird. That makes a bit more sense where I should actually be sitting. If I position myself to where in VR to where the seat is rather to where the guy is, because previously I was doing that against the guy / the steering wheel. And like the steering wheel right now is also in a weird position, because the steering wheel should telescope towards me a bit more, and we should be able to, now sitting really low, move it a bit down, because it's like almost going too far up, because you can see that in this is where I would sit in a car like that most likely. I mean, it looks believable for me, and the steering wheel should be able to go a bit down. I noticed that with Kuno's cars every single time. It's the same in ACC with some of the race cars. It's the same in original Assetto with tons of road cars. The inside is modeled with the steering wheel telescoped all the way away, like it's super close to the dash, and it's almost in its top up position, right? And in VR it's just awkward to drive with the steering wheel being so far away from you. So I would like to naturally like sit in VR a bit closer, so my physical steering wheel is sort of where the visual model in VR that I have is somewhere there. But then I sit in a very weird position, because nobody obviously has a steering wheel in this position. So it's like totally just a VR thing, right? But if I want to be nitpicky about it, it's just annoying. Let me see the M4 as well. What the fuck is the default seating position? What the fuck am I looking at? My head is in the roof. My head is in the roof. And I've driven a 4 Series BMW actually a few times, surprisingly. Because whenever I go somewhere abroad and I rent a car, I use 6 a lot of the times, and it's usually a BMW. So I sat and I drove quite a lot of this generation BMWs. I know how you sit in that car and what the sitting position is. Sure, it's an M4, but it being an M4 and having those carbon buckets, you should sit even lower in that car. And I'm quite a tall guy, but I'm mainly like, my ratio of torso to legs, it's the legs that are that make me tall, really, not my torso. And I'm still quite thin guy. So my body like goes into that seat quite easily, and the torso not being that big, I can still sit quite low in that car, even though I'm tall, right? So it's my tallness only really makes me move my seat quite far back, and then I always struggle with the steering wheel in majority of road cars being too far forward. But again, that's beside the point. Oh my fucking god! And that's even with lock to horizon being somewhat on. Like, so by default, this is the view. Like, what the fuck? I'm looking into the ground. Just like, what the fuck? And in the video settings, in the, where is it? In the view settings, the pitch is technically 0, which is absolutely not true. Even 10 is too little. Even this is almost too small. I have to pitch it 13 degrees feather for it to actually be somewhat there. And now I can, let's do that against the seat, right? So where is the seat? Height, it would be like trying to feel it out somewhere here. Maybe that's a bit too far, but I would go even lower. Yeah, it would be something like that. Even lower. I remember sitting quite low in that car. So yeah, my seating in a car would be something like that. If I would be sitting in that seat, yeah, like my shoulders would be somewhere here in the seat. If I would be sitting in that very seat position that's modeled, right? And I think maybe the passenger side seat is more further forward modeled in the car. Maybe? No, I think it's just visual illusion, right? But now looking like how in weird position the steering wheel is at. Like I should be able to move that steering way further towards me and way lower, because as I'm sitting right here, you can see that the top of the airbag cover is starting to actually block the screen. Well, if I turn on ignition, it will be way more noticeable, right? While the top of the steering wheel is not covering the screen whatsoever, so I should be able to move it way closer to me, the steering wheel, and way down. To be fair, I should be able to sit even lower, I think, and even further back. Lower definitely, further back. Right now I would be just against that seat, but yeah, and now that steering wheel is way too far behind, because my physical steering wheel in my sim rig right now is like good. Well, it's close to me, but it's like over 10 centimeters further towards me than in VR. Well, I know that I'm tall, but still, like, I'm not like 2 meters tall. I'm 180. So, like, I'm just comparing it to, like, 170-ish type of guy. Well, I'm 180 and a bit, right? So, I'm not that tall. And, like I said, I'm still very thin as a guy. And it's mainly that, and my torso is also quite small. So when I sit in the, well, there's just not much of my body to like elevate me from that seat, right? Because there's not that much of me, even though I'm tall. I fall quite far into the seat, if you know what I mean. So the place where my head ends up being isn't in some ridiculous place. Also, what the fuck, BMW? Ain't no way that's legal. For a tall person that sits a bit further behind, that seatbelt will be like right where your neck is. It would be way too high. This is weird. It doesn't matter. Let's drive the thing. What's the steering rotation? I need to increase it a bit. That's too much. 820, perfect. I never used the PSVR headset, so I can't really comment on it. I don't even know what are the specs on that thing, so unfortunately I'm not able to give you any info on that, sorry. And of course, another great, let me put the car on different tires, and another great ref counter in a modern car that absolutely makes zero sense whatsoever. Oh my god, I so fucking hate modern cars. Some of them are really good cars, but just some of the other stuff in them are so annoying. I didn't tell you for the fact that ref counter is so fucking difficult to use. It makes so little sense. I don't know what actual RPM I'm at, where I should be shifting, it makes zero sense. Just give me a simple dial. Yeah, I mean that old school, I mean it's still there, right? But it was already there from E46, I think M3 onwards, where the red line was changing its position, and they just gave some LEDs to the ref counter. This was such a beautiful timeless design as well. And I don't like that gauge in a BMW. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't want a screen. It's the biggest marketing achievement of entire world. Make people think that screens in the car is somehow like expensive and futuristic technology. When like making a screen is like so financially viable for the companies and so profitable for them, because that technology is so fucking cheap to make. It's so much more expensive to actually make a physical dial, you know, with like many moving parts and lights and stuff. The screen in comparison is so cheap, much cheaper. And you can argue that it's just more convenient and you can give so much more information to the driver. That's true. I can agree. But there is some other stuff that just work as a physical dial and you can never replace it. And I want a dial. So much grip is actually difficult to break it. Chris Harris recently did a video on M4 on Fraxton, right? And where he was actually struggling to make it go sideways. Brute force it, then obviously it's gonna go. But just gonna stabilize and get that power to the road. Those tires are so grippy. Yeah, like look, you could get some decent designs on there, right? But at the end of the day, a ref counter has a simple job, and when it is a physical dial, it just does the job, the simple job that it's supposed to do, and it's easy to read. It's not reinventing the wheel on the way how to give a readout of a numeric information, right? That goes up and down. Although, it could be also a matter of just the way how I look at it and how I perceive it, because recently for this year's Easter, right, quite a few family members, we were doing some Easter family gathering at our place, and few family members that we rarely see came on, and my uncle, he has two little sons, and they are a lot younger than I am, because the younger of them is like 8 now or 9, right? So I mean, they're not little, right? But they are definitely now a totally different generation from me, right? And we have a lot of old school clocks in our house that are just telling you time in a very like just a standard way of just a circle clock face, right? But they were struggling to read it. Like, they didn't understand the concept of it, right? Even though for many people that's like just like very simple way of telling time. Like, sure, a digital way of just showing you a time like you see on the phone, that also works, but it's just like my mind works in both ways. I don't mind either, right? But showing you a time on the clock face that way just works for a reason, right? And you just don't think about it because you learn it at such a young age. But for example, those young lads, in comparison, they didn't understand it like straight from the get-go. Like once you told them, oh, this shows this shows this, oh, okay, I understand now, right? But they looked at it initially with like a confusion. So I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching with what I'm actually trying to say here, but I'll still rather have a normal analog gauge, because this is just weird. I don't know. It's, or maybe it's too complicated in the version that it's at, right? Because like, okay, so the ref counter like works in this version, but then it's so difficult to actually, while driving, know what exact refs are you from, like in performance driving scenario, right? Let's say refs from 5k to then 7k. I don't understand where I'm actually at in the rev range, because 5 is here, 7 is here, and a lot of the times where I need to be is in this range right here, and it's getting small. The graphics are starting being too complicated, you know, stuff like that. Like, sure, it's a cool looking design, but I don't really care about it, and I don't think anyone will care about it in years to come. While the old analog gauges of the BMW, the gray ones with that red line in an M cars moving as you warm up the engine, that was just cool as shit. And it's so usable as well, and so easy to read. I didn't really drive any road cars that mount panorama. Let me try that. What I could try. Let me have another go in the new Exige, you know? Because yesterday I didn't really like it. Let me try it again today. I don't know. I think that scenario is like, those are gonna be two different games when they end up polished. Those are gonna be two different games. iRacing offers completely different experience than this, and I don't think they should be compared, because this is gonna be way more of like what original Assetto Corsa is, but allowing a bit more player interaction and potential racing happening here. But it's gonna be way more similar to original Assetto Corsa, with maybe a bit more racing to it, but still definitely more focusing on the driving part and the part of just enjoying automobiles and cars and celebrating cars. While iRacing focuses so much more on the racing part, and rather than the driving part, right? So the same like with LMU, which is like, for example, there was today that announcement about the update being delayed for a good reason, and again, let's give them time for that, right? But it was said like, look, LMU is an endurance sim, and those aspects that we're currently working on, which is driver swaps mainly, and then liveries and all the other functionalities that like BOP probably changes, physics changes to the tire, that's gonna affect especially how not only cars just drive, but also how they perform throughout the stint, right? And mainly driver swaps for endurance racing with multiple drivers, right? So they want that functionality to be fully polished, so they're taking more time to get it into the game. And that's a good thing that the guy is pointing out. LMU is mainly, for a long run, just like ACC was, endurance racing simulator. And that's the aspect it should be focusing at, right? So iRacing is mainly for providing you a service that you just don't need to really understand in an ins and outs of how the given sim works, what you need to do to like get into a competition or a race. No, it's a simple service that that gives you it on the platter straight away, right? But the driving experience, well, you could say it's not really the best in iRacing. Certainly not with the current tire model. Even though some of the stuff that it simulates good, but the tire model is dog shit. And the main interaction and the fun of driving with the car is how you interact at the end of the day with the tire. And in iRacing, that's not really the case. While in the original Assetto Corsa, in this, there's a lot more enjoyment out of driving with how you interact with the tire and how you work with it. And focus is put there. Actually, funny enough, M4 in this car has the same steering rotation. This car, surprisingly, the default camera is quite close. Right, so in M4 I had to move it by 13 degrees and then only by 2. So I think this is a wrong idea, not wrong idea, but wrong decision by them, that they're like making the default where the 0 is for every car, in like probably a subjective way for them, but it should be just 0 pitch, should be mathematical 0 pitch, just level with the horizon. Okay, so after all this rant about where you sit in the car, let's now get the seating position where I would be in the car, which probably would be somewhere around here. Maybe actually a tiny bit up, and that looks totally like where I would probably sit, yeah, in that car, without actually focusing on where the in-game arms and in-game steering wheel is. And that looks sort of all right. Yeah. I look. More trucks, more cars, it's gonna come. I mean, the end product by default is supposed to have like 100 cars, multiple racetracks, open world with Nordschleife, online functionality, way more content with the cars just in terms of the modification to certain cars. They're gonna be all more polished, it's gonna be all next update on a different tire model. It's gonna be a completely different game from what we are looking at and testing it right now. So, this is very much only an early access. Let's go, I stole it. Sorry, I don't understand. You'd have to give me more detail about what you're talking about. Like, is there a power value for each car that's currently in the game, or there's a power value for cars that are potentially soon to come? Or because obviously the power value is just I guess a peak power, right? Maybe it's just like some information that the game needs for like what to like show you as a statistic in UI somewhere, because obviously the car doesn't work on power, it works on power and torque curve. How the engine is simulated and it's implemented in the game is way more complicated than just, hey, power figure. The peak power figure for each car is just in a specific place somewhere in the power curve. Are those numbers like different from what like some of the cars that you would know for the current cars? I don't know. I'll have to look at it myself. I mean, it sounds reasonable that it has 749. Overestimated how capable this car is. It's the road car. Is it? Don't those cars have like 730 horsepower? Although you also would have to compare if like every single car is like different by the same percentage, because then that would mean that just in-game number-wise, whatever the physics engine in whatever integer number it uses, that's the power, but it's not actually in horsepower, right? Because horsepower is just a metric, but it's just a calculation of the that goes from really a kilowatt, right? So who the hell knows what it's actually like? What does the number actually mean, and what metric it's actually measuring, and what it could be that it's actually not power, but in terms of horsepower, but even though it says power, it means torque, because it's mostly about the torque in the engine, and then the power is sort of the product of it. Okay. Could be that we have an unrestricted muscle head. Pedals in the Simric are really not made for aggressive heel and toe. Their throttle is way too stiff, and the brake as well. Oh no, I'm using a Oculus CV1. Complete opposite. Yeah. So it probably could be the torque. Okay. I mean, I can place I can place this chat wherever I want, to be fair. It's just that I decided to place it there. So I can do that already. So it's a good idea, man. But I don't really need it. You point out the right thing, that I should probably, for a stream like that, where I mainly should focus on the chat, probably put the chat somewhere else in my headset rather than here. But with Oculus overlay, I already have that functionality. But that's definitely useful for people that maybe use other ways of streaming. The information to their headsets. Well, on a track like that, where stability is the key and it's not really about rotating the car and playing with it, it's a bit more enjoyable. Although it's not really a car made for buffers, is it? So on one hand, like, the problems that I had with that car yesterday are less visible, but it's not really a car that's made for buffers in the first place, right? So I want more playfulness out of it, but you can see I just put the throttle down and it just accelerates. And it has so much grip and so much traction. The body control in this car is really weird. That's a very broad question. What settings do you want? There are tons of settings. Game settings, Oculus settings, force feedback settings, Romeo settings in game, force feedback settings in the profiler. Oh shit, that's the wrong gear. I don't know, my wallpaper settings, my iPhone settings in my iOS, car settings in terms of the setup, reshade settings for the reshade I use, the settings I use to create my thumbnail. There's a lot of stuff. stuff. Yeah, well, there are no new tires. It's still the same tires. But, well, I mean, I agree with you. It is too loose, right? It's just, I'm just pointing out, it's still the same tires as the original release that we saw. they move the starting line on Bathurst ever back to where it is in ACC as well. Because for whatever reason, I think the starting line was somewhere closer to the beginning of Bathurst. Also, like, holy shit, just on the last lap, 2 seconds improvement. Okay, I'll save that replay because I want to later look how the replay looks like. And I never saved the replay, so... what settings am I using? I'll show you what we're using. It's nothing special. You can look through it yourself. Why am I using natural 7 post-processing filter? It should be default. That's why the game didn't look like I thought it should. This is what I run, and I don't use any extra like pixel density or anything like that. Those are just the settings. Okay, cool. It would be a super exciting car in real life, just considering the size of it and capability. But you can't really play around with it. It's so grippy. So, well, the grippiness of it makes it probably fun, right? But I want a car that just moves around more. I just keep on looking at that Alfa because we know how nice it is to drive. I want to try the Miata again, just to remind myself how this car drives, because I know that it drives phenomenally. Which one is with the manual? This one is with the manual. Oh, it's written right here, I'm blind. Yeah, I did drive an NSX earlier. I really like how it drives. I mean, yeah, it floats around like hugely on the tires that it has right now, right? But obviously with the tire model how it is right now, and plus that vintage tires, it's gonna move around a ton. And the TCRs, no, I don't think. Do we have a front-wheel drive car? Yeah, obviously we have front-wheel drive car in this, which we can try later. Laguna Seca. Okay, the steering rotation for this is, I don't know what that is, probably like 600. Maybe 580. I think 600 was a better guess at the beginning. Yeah, 600. Alright? Yeah, 600. So in this car, I need to change it by 3 degrees. And now the seating position. I mean, that is quite accurate. I also drove a Miata, so obviously this is a cup Miata, but the seating position is actually quite decently accurate. What a cute little car. It was so fun to drive this on a road. That shifter was so nice as well. I really loved that car. It was just a bit too small, but maybe I actually sit too high, but considering this is a cup Miata with a bucket seat, yeah, this is actually quite accurate. I want back to the pits be the second thing. I don't know why. It's like feels important thing. There's almost too much stuff here. Like, all of them are quite important, right? But it's almost as if there was too much of it. And also, resume is written with a smaller font than the rest, I think. Maybe. Or it's just some illusion that I have. Oh, it still has the right height that it goes to 200. No. Look at this. It is so goofy. So I think mirrors do work. I think even right now the mirrors are actually like properly working how they should be. Apart from the third one, but the two ones that are in the car are working properly in the settings that they are. I would have to probably bind the settings for them, like to change the FOV of those mirrors, but overall they are working, and you can. Oh my god, that looks so weird. Holy fuck! I wish I didn't look. Because you can see yourself, but like where your model should be, and you have no eyes. Very creepy. What's the default ride height for that car again? I forgot. Is there like a default thing? Well, I can load and save setups, but I can't really. $95 on the front. Okay, so we're gonna lower the car by 5 mil on the front, and we're gonna do that. I really like how in this game Miata's dash looks like. I don't know. For whatever reason, it looks so accurate, and it reminds me so much about the time when I drove that car. Model of the Miata, of this Miata Cup in this game is so nice. Yeah, so we lowered it by like 5 mil all around, and a bit more on the front. This is ABS car, right? Yeah. Also, guys, tell me how the stream is, because I'm trying to stream with a little bit of motion compensation in the VR capture. So there's a bit of image stabilization there, like ever so slightly. There's not a lot of it, but you can see whenever I'm doing a big move of the headset or a shake, that there are probably like some black bars that are coming on the side. And the image is ever so slightly stabilized. So I hope the stream looks good. Well, we'll have to check out the DNA, right? I doubt the ND is rusting already, but DNA maybe. So much to the car. forgetting how much grip this car has, throw it into the corners a lot more and avoid doing ski spins like this. Yeah, well, you wish your Quest product so nice. Well, this is the Oculus CV1. Obviously there's a bit of reshade on the capture made, so it looks a bit nicer, but mate, this is the oldest Oculus they made. That was publicly sold. In terms of headsets, you can't really get worse than that. Look how late I can brake. Yeah. CV1 is still really good. Apart from resolution, like it's a low resolution headset. That's it. Everything else apart from that is just really fucking good. This shit is almost flat. Well, I did put a bit of effort to make the stream look really nice, so at least I'm happy that it looks like that. Because that was the intent. Sausage. Whoa, holy fuck. Stalled it as well. Clutched in too late. I'll put on the gloves. In that car the first wheel is quite heavy. Is almost ripping the steering wheel out of my hands. Yeah, it's also that. Remember, you're watching. Look. Even if you're watching it on a big ass TV, right? The size of whatever you're watching is still relatively small compared to what I see it in VR, because in VR it's real size, right? So it's actually quite big. So all that you can see for me is expanded on a big viewing plane, let's call it. And it just appears more pixelated. Will do. I think the delta was always there, right? I remember the delta being there. Shift. We'll do it actually in fourth. Bonk. Yeah, it's a super fun track, especially in an MX-5. And the game still does that thing where I quit the replay. I'm in neutral. But there's still the same problem. Every single car, the more I drive it, every single car exhibits exactly the same problem, that it invites me to push more and more into the corner, because I cannot really trail brake into it, because if I do, then I just overpower the front tires, and it's not efficient driving in any way. But if I try to go into the corner by carrying the speed in and avoiding braking too early, it's so difficult to take the speed off the car in the middle of the corner. And if you do it too much, rather than understeering off the corner, come on mouse, work with me. Don't get me wrong, this is driver error here, right? But just explaining where it comes from. Rather than, even though I'm carrying too much speed into the corner, the car goes into that rotation so smoothly and progressively, and just increases and increases and increases it. But like, why is the rear tire actually sliding at this point and even allowing for that to happen and still gripping, right? And it grips for so long and really only lets go like somewhere around now, right? So the car was just gaining rotation, even though it should be right here. Maybe understeering? Or just not turning whatsoever because there was too high speed. But rather than that, the front was biting, but the rear is just not really like letting go. It holds on well enough for you to like be like, nah, there's no need to correct that. I think the car is just turning, and then only very late you realize, oh no shit, it actually over-rotated, and you're at the point of no return. It's very deceiving the way that rear works, because I love to be able to just go on the brakes more and get more speed out of the car. But I know that if I do that, then I'm gonna also overpower ABS and the front tires, and then I'm just gonna go into that weird four-wheel slide. It's very awkward. But I've run it so many times where it comes from. Also, this camera always annoys me in every single car because it's too high. Not that I use it much, I use it only for spectating the screen, but it still annoys me. This is just default setup. Let's see. That is quite low. At least on this track I managed to get out of it. I noticed on Laguna there's also two types of gravel. There's this lighter one, which is just like sand-ish, right? This is more like sand, and this is actual gravel here. Well, at this point I stole the car because I was just driving the second gear at slow speed. So you can't really do that. Okay, what else? MX5, really nice. Oh yeah, I said that I wanted to try Huracan because I never really tried Huracan when it was released. So I think those are just like trims in terms of different. Oh, no, there is STO track option. I guess it comes with different wheels that are lighter. I think that's what it is. Yeah, because there's a normal option with different livery packages, and there's a track option with different livery packages. Really cool car. Brake caliper color, door sticker color. Okay. And there's carbon fiber finish in matte or gloss. No, this is just a hardcore version of a road going Huracan. So this is not even STO. Sorry, this is not Super Trofeo. This is just STO road car. So this is a rear wheel drive Huracan road car. STO racing accessories. I wonder what that is. Okay, just a safety harness. Okay. Anyway, let me drive it. Because I could spend a ton of time customizing it. Although, having said that, I will keep on customizing it. Why are we suddenly in this garage randomly? Because I put it black because I wanted to see how it's gonna look black, but I actually don't like it. Anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. After Lambo, definitely that. Why not again Laguna Seca? I mean, just completely different car. That's not good to hear. Okay, so that's gonna be like what looks like 800 degrees. Exactly 800. I love it. I can judge the amount of degrees by just looking at the steering wheel. Wow, what a useful rear view mirror. You can see so much in there. Ah, Italians. So again, another car where you are by default looking at the ground. I don't know why. I don't know how much, 9 degrees maybe? Yeah, 9 degrees seems just about right. It's just like, why? Why by default you're looking by 9 degrees down? Annoying. Okay, now where would I sit in this car? Would probably be something like this. Maybe still a bit lower, and a bit more forward. It's Oculus CV1. Shame 4C Alfa didn't have a different powertrain, because it was a really lovely car. If it had something more different and special. They made so much fuss about that car when it was launching, but in my eyes it just never had special enough of a powertrain, even though the rest of the car was. There was so much exotic stuff about it with the carbon fiber monocoque that it was made on, and probably chassis wise, jamming wise, it was a great car. I just wish it had a bit more power, not really necessarily powerful, but just more special powertrain. That's what I like about Honda S2000. That, you know, it's nothing amazing in terms of, well, it's a 2-liter 4-cylinder, yeah, but, well, it's one of the best 4-cylinders ever put in a road car. And it has tons of character and the build and sound. It feels like such a purposeful engine. And that Alfa engine is just like, well, it's like a heavily turbocharged hot hatch motor, right? But it doesn't really make it special. Not in a car like that, right? You see, let me go into the replay. I want that to be gone. I really want that to be gone on a new tire model. Because the car still exhibits that thing where here in the middle of the corner it goes into that weird four-wheel slide where the fronts just bite after I release the brake. And the rears are following it into that very weird four-wheel slide mid-corner. Right here. It's so awkward. Because it should be either over rotation that I need to correct or understeer. While in this you just get this. And it's weird because it's like you don't really have to abuse that slip angle in those situations, but as a situation it happens, and it's annoying that it does happen because that's not how the car should get to the limit or behaves just past it. It should be different. Corners like that, both at Buffers and Laguna Seca, there's tons of corners where there's undulations that the car is going through and should be compressing down to the road, and the car is not, the car's balance isn't altered enough because the tire is, well, not load sensitive enough, but we knew that. And tracks like that would be even more enjoyable if there was more load sensitivity in the tire. Then I love that I just learned at some point drifting with cars. This is a two-wheel drive Huracan, remember? This is a rear-wheel drive Huracan. This is no four-wheel drive, even though it's a road car, road Huracan. This is a two-wheel drive STO version. So that's why it does all of that. But even with this, you can see how much stability is in the car, or like how easy it is to catch some of those slides. It's almost as if the front tires, as a spectator, you could get like, you could imagine that I am actually driving a car that is four-wheel drive, like very heavily rear wheels biased four-wheel drive, right? Yeah. Because you see, like, huh? This is weird. There is so little counter steer there, and the car, the rear tires deliver still the grip in such a way that front tires have to do so little work to just get the car straight again. It's weird. It's like there should be more correction. It's almost as if the front wheels at no point during the slide are actually like pointing to where the car is supposed to drive. Like they kind of started doing it at this point, right? Where the front tires are pointing to the direction the car is driving at, and I started lowering it, and the car straight away straightened out, right? But like the rears are sliding. They should be right now beyond their slip angle, and with the power that I'm asking, because I'm full throttle throughout this whole slide, the car should keep on progressing with the slide, right? It's not that this slide would like kill me, but I can feel that the car, even at this stage, is ever so slightly too reluctant to keep on going with that slide, considering the inputs that I'm putting in, right? Nevertheless, that turn one was quite nice. Oh. This looks so weird. The wheels are not moving when I'm skipping forward. When the really nice. Yeah. Well, like you said, it almost is a drift spec Huracan. Actually, let me fix my garage. There's no S2000 in it. It's sacrilege. We need an S2000 in there. And as much as Italians could. Oh, okay. There's only one car. Okay. Customize. Red. I do not like the fact that. Wait, how do I uncheck it? Okay. I do not like the fact that US market got different wheels, and I like how they look more. So all the Euro cars have wheels that, in my opinion, look worse. I don't know why. Like technically, this is like a more clean design with the spokes going all the way to the edge. For whatever reason, something about those wheels where the spokes don't go all the way to the end and they just have the thing around them. I don't know how we would call it in English. Something about those wheels just looks ever so slightly better for me. I don't know why. Imagine having that problem. I live in a part of the world where the S2000, the majority of the S2000s available on the market have their wheel design that is different to the other one that I would like more. What a problem to have. Horrible. Front wheel drive, someone said. Yeah, let's definitely not try this car, because I know that I will absolutely fucking hate this car and it's probably horrible to drive. Even though people will like it because it has a 5-cylinder, and God bless Audi for keep putting a 5-cylinder in that car, but fuck them for making the stupid electronically assisted all-wheel drive system that constantly tries to be something that it's not, and it's faking to be a car that it's also not. And therefore, let's take a Hyundai that is actually properly dynamically set up by people that know. And I'm again looking downwards onto the ground. Even with... Like, what the actual fuck? Why am I looking downwards? Why am I so high? So, like... So if I am tall, I should be high, but not that high and not in this position. So if the seating position is made for someone tall, then the steering wheel position is then should be also for someone tall, but it's not. It's for someone who is really short. But then the seating position isn't for someone who is short. Because if I properly angle the view, even more. Even more. 10 degrees? It's 10 degrees off. Even more. 11 degrees off. So by default you're sitting this high with your head up the ceiling in something which is somewhat of a sport seat, bucket seat, yet your steering wheel is so far away from you. Now I need to yet get closer to it by way lower, and where I would actually sit in that seat, and I'm lower, actually a bit more back. Now that steering wheel is actually too high. You see? So annoying. I hate that it annoys me, because shit like that shouldn't annoy me. Like there should be so much other stuff in the game to enjoy, but I think it's like the game is good enough to the point where stuff like that does annoy me. Because the rest is already so nice that it's like, I know that they're gonna fix all of that rest, but I know that this, well, they probably won't, and that annoys me because I want them to do that. Okay, 760, 750 degrees, 740, or sorry, 770 maybe. Yeah, 770. That's the magic number. Yeah, I had that in the, with the original release. I didn't have that really with this so far. I mean, both yesterday and today, it doesn't run well, but it runs consistent. But I remember in the original iteration of the game, in the original launch version, I had that problem that on some of the days, it would just be like, yeah, fuck you, no FPS for you today. This car is really nice in this game though, this car is really nice. The car is so alive on the rear end. Obviously, the tires being super progressive, the rear tires right now, helps a bit with controlling that, because it should be snapping a bit more, but then you can feel that in force feedback so well, and on top of that you can control the car on the throttle, and you can feel how right now the differential is working. It's just making the fronts dig into the ground and rotate the car. So nice. And you see, with those physics, I'm prone to just overspeed into the corner because it feels alright. Because the tires are initially just giving you too much grip, so it makes you overspeed into the corner, and then it goes into that weird slide where the rears let go too late, and the fronts ultimately do grip up when you stop. When you release the brake, and it goes into that weird late four-wheel slide. Where the rear finally lets go at a very high slip angle, but rather than the car understeering throughout the corner because of excess speed, it just digs in, and you end up with too much speed too late into the corner with too much rotation. It's gonna be exactly the same right now. I just managed to get it in without over-rotating the car. You see, it's sort of weird that I go off throttle and there's nothing. Okay, this is downhill, so obviously it understeered. But that rotation like progresses in such a slow way. Here it was again down the hill, so it just over-stabilized the car. I played this game now too much, and I know too much about this physics engine, just feeling-wise, and I see too much of what's wrong with it, and I start disliking it more and more. Again, the same thing. Because the car in this situation should be like maybe on the edge of rear tires, but if I'm still within the limit of the rear tire, the front at this point should start giving up as well and just make me understeer because of the excess of the speed. But it doesn't. Yeah. You're completely right. Because the tires are not load sensitive enough. It's not only about how the rear is allowing the slip angle. It's also about the load transfer. So right now, I should be able to go on the brakes and load up the front tires and unload the rears. But the car is almost like reluctant to do it. And the behavior you're getting out of the car is more out of you just brute forcing and excessive braking force that the tires are producing rather than the load that comes with it. Wait, I I just thought about something. I'll test it in a sec. Well, I'm not gonna be able to test it, but I'll check it out. Oh shit. Yeah. Don't text and drive, that's exactly why. So the tire is quite responsive in this. The front tires are quite responsive in this, in how early they start producing grip. But it almost feels to that it's made to an extent where, yes, they are responsive, but that responsiveness that they fix compared to ACC makes it so they produce quite high grip at very little steering angle as well. So just steering more doesn't really add that much. It's like, and I'm not talking about just abusing the slip angle, but it feels like there should be situations where I'm able to use the slip angle of the front tires, but it doesn't seem to be adding much, right? I can just keep it super low and that's enough. I can drive with, well, again going back to initial D, tape my hand to the steering wheel and just drive with one hand. I'm just driving right now with one hand, obviously you can't see it, but I can tell you for a fact that I'm driving right now with just one hand stuck to the wheel without moving it. And even the corners like this when I need some correction, okay, this was too much, fortunately it was left hand. Well, my driving was too bad to present you with what I wanted to say, right? But there's no high steering angles that are required. Let's try here. Like, you see, I can just go for a corner like that with a neutral steer. Because I'm working that rear slip angle the whole time. It's not that the front tires are doing much work. They're doing a lot more valuable work than an LMU, so to say, right? And they feel a bit more natural. But there's still so much coming from the rear tires in like this really weird progressive way. I never really noticed to how big of an extent it was happening before I drove LMU. Try GTR2 again at some point, just for fun. Oh my god, the childhood, just repeating the 24-hour race at Spa that lasts 24 minutes over and over and over again. I never really completed the in-game single-player championships in this game, but just loading the game and doing that stuff. I was recently thinking about it, how I used to play different, well, not only I, but we just used to play, whenever we're little, we're just playing games in a completely different way, right? And we just don't really, because I'm looking at GTR2 from perspective that I was playing GTR2 when I was a little kid, right? And I didn't really understand much about what was really even happening in that game, but it was cool because it had cars in it. And it felt so right and like, what word to say? It's not about realism. It's about the realism of the atmospheres it portrays, right? It just feels legit because it's not only about the realism of driving. Like, sure, I liked it for the sake of, well, I preferred those sort of games rather than arcade games, right? I understood the fact that it was more realistic driving experience, but also the vibe that the game gave me. That's what I enjoyed about it. And as a kid, I paid way more attention to that, to how it made me feel, because you just work your imagination so much more. But because you don't, like, you feel it as a kid, and you let your imagination just take over without really understanding it properly. You also play the game in a completely different way, because you play it in a way where it's your imagination that makes so much work for you, right? Because you're just doing something and you feel like a hero, even though, like, now that I think about it, well, yeah, I was just repeating over and over this stupid race, right? But that's what I enjoyed, and the imagination let all the everything else did all the other stuff for me. That's why, for whatever reason, that's the feeling I got. Not many other games made me feel that. Although I'm not much of a gamer apart from racing games, right? But whenever I got into Cyberpunk, that was the game in a role-playing way that made me feel that way. That whenever I feel that game and I replay the story of that game so many times, I'm able to somehow immerse myself into being the main character and like play the game in a certain way, and let my imagination take over and like play through the game as if like even the stuff that you know how like in a single player game, like I can play that game in a way where like, because it's not a multiplayer game, it's not a competitive scenario, right? So I can play by my own rules in a way. If in my head something works in a certain way, then I can play by that rule, right? Even though it's not really happening. So my imaginary rule of how something should work makes me play the game in a certain way, right? Like if I can use that simplistic scenario that I play a 24-minute, 24-hour race in a GTR2 as a kid, and it makes me feel how like I'm playing a endurance 24-hour race, and I'm doing pit stops, and there's a night stint and stuff like that, right? And your imagination just takes over, and that's that stuff for you. And like, well, while playing Cyberpunk right now, I don't know, like there's some quest at the beginning of the game where like you don't have the car, I don't fast travel in that game ever, because it just feels wrong. And whenever it feels like it's an appropriate like part of the story to like use a different transport system, or like walk to somewhere, or drive somewhere, or use the metro, like I would do that, right? Just completely role playing, even though like, yeah, I could get into the car and do some and travel to a certain other destination faster, but like the gameplay of me just traveling from one place in the city to another place in the city where there's two different, like, let's say, story scenarios, and something in between, it's technically free play, like I still role play throughout it, and I just let my imagination take over, and I just try to immerse myself into the world, right? What other cool cars I want to play? I remember, I wanted to check something. But for that I need Oculus remote. Where do I don't remember anymore. Oh, there we go. Was 16th January when AC Evo came out? Was that when we were... streaming AC Evo coming... sorry, that's videos. That's shorts. Update 1.5, AC Evo launch party. Was that 16th or... Okay, that is 16th. Okay. I just wanted to check something, because I remember that there was another build of the game that was made for SimExpo, and I was wondering if there was any chance that the public that build is still in the same Steam branch. It's just that it wasn't available for us earlier, and then I would be able, through using Steam commands, technically download the old version of AC Evo that was available even before 16th of January, but that's not the case. I mean, that's pure copium, right? But technically I could download the very initial version that it was... oh my god, it took them 3 fucking hours, remember, to fix that problem with the cars not being available to play in the game. 3 fucking hours that it took them from the launch. But anyway, I just wanted to check if that even was a possibility. But from front-wheel drive cars, you can definitely tell that like Hyundai N has so much more playability in the chassis, and is so much more playful of a car. But for example, where is Golf? Golf will be a lot more stable car. Shame it's not a Golf 7 in the game, but Golf 8. I would love to get a Golf 7 in the game, because I heard many people shitting on the new GTI 8th generation of the Golf. Because the 7 was such a lovely car, and 8 is just like... it's slower, it has less power, there's nothing new in it, it's just heavier, it's bigger, it has all those modern interior and modern screens in the car with shitty plastics, and 7th gen was like just better car. Even though this one obviously looks more modern. I don't know why there's something right about Golf GTI being white or blue in those recent generations. I don't know why. The color just suits the car. Yeah, all those old games, bro, they were so nice. The old Colin McRae Rally. I mean, for me, the first Colin McRae Rally that I was playing as a kid was Colin McRae Rally 2005. That was like actually like one of the first racing games I ever had. My first ever racing game that I drove was Stock Race Driver 2. That was the first one. The second one was Colin McRae Rally 2005. That was the second one I had. Hard to recall what would be the third one. Because those are two big ones that I really remember. And then it really snowballed from there. And I didn't really play that many games. It's just like I had a few of them. I just keep on playing it. As a child, you don't really mind. 'Cause, I mean, Colin McRae 2005 had so much content that only when I really grew up, I realized how much content there really was in the game. I was just like, as a kid fooling around in it, I was never really even capable of like realizing that there's whole career mode that I can go through and unlock different cars. And I was like, holy shit, there's like Group B cars in this game. When I later grew up and understood what Group B even was in Rally, right? Because in that game it's like you have to go through the campaign, same with Tokyo Race Driver, to really unlock the cars. And only when I grew up and I was like skilled enough to actually play through the game and unlock stuff, I was like, what? Like, it's in there? It was mind-blowing. Yay, another car where you sit facing the ground. Yay! Again, 11 degrees. Yeah, but now I'm sitting in the seat, so... Like, look at those gauges. What the fuck is that? What's the point of the screen if this is what I'm gonna see? Give me back my old analog gauges. They were so beautiful. And this is just a cheap imitation. And obviously it might be only that in game it's implemented quite badly, but when driving that car earlier, there's no red line. Like, there's actually no red line here. Wait, no, there is? Okay, now I actually saw it. So on the inside of the inside on the inside of the inside red circle, there past 6K, there are a few dots that this one at 6K is white, and then past it, it starts being red. But it's so not visible. Like, oh my fucking god. And the whole design is dominated so much by everything else that just makes up the design, right? But the screen is backlit and it's same brightness, so like inherently it's a screen. It cannot perceive depth of different and different look of different and different roughness of different materials. It just can't. It's just a singly backlit screen. That's it. There's nothing more to it. At the end of the day, as much as you can think it looks futuristic and it's cool and it's functional, it's not gonna age well, it's gonna look dog shit. Give me back analog gauges now. It's Oculus CV1. It's Oculus CV1, Chris. So look, Golf is gonna be so much more stable on the entry. You can see that there's so much more stability. But still, you see, I'm not being able to load up the front tires, and it's so easy to overwork them in both directions, and because of that, sure, I'm carrying a bit too much speed into the corner, right? I just want to see what's gonna happen if I carry too much. And it gets into that weird slide where, here when I start finally braking, it's overworking the tires, but rather than overworking the tires right now, and just making me plow forward, it's not really plowing forward. The ABS is doing enough of a job to not make it turn, but bite with the fronts enough, because they bite quite well at a very little angle, and the rear slowly keep on rotating. So the car does that weird four-wheel slide where it's missing the corner, yet at the same time it's doing the sliding and rotates. So rather than plowing the front end and understeering, it's rotating into a four-wheel slide but still missing a corner. No, it's a 4090. Close. It's in the description. All my gear is in the description. The game is turned down quite a bit to medium settings, medium low settings. And it's rendered at quite low resolution. there is that feeling that I lack in the string, that they made it almost too responsive on center, and I don't feel the moment when the fronts really dig into the corner. And it's not about abusing the front slip angle, but I want there to be a moment where I go right somewhere out here and I can really feel the tires finally dig into the corner with the slip angle, but I don't feel it because all of it happens right here, where at the very beginning, and it feels a bit numb when that happens. And then when you are already in the slip angle and want to play with it, here there's very little of that playfulness, and there's very little change. And I'm not talking that I want really the tire to change in extreme slip angles, but I don't want it to change only here. I want it to change a bit right here, but here there's very little of it. There's a lot of it right here. There's a lot of it right here, but then here it's very little. Yeah, it looks quite good. There is stuff to tweak to make the visuals really pop in certain scenarios, but as a base, there are certain scenarios where the game is really nice. I feel like there's a period of time where, like in the evening hour like this, the game looks really nice, and closer towards the night, it looks really impressive. The same is at the very early morning, when the sun is super low, then the game looks nice. And then it has similar problem that ACC had, that anywhere from like very early morning to just normal morning, up until the sun really gets super high in the sky, the game looks weird with there being almost too much glare on the surface, considering how already high up the sun is, but it's still not high enough for it to be like a direct sunlight that you would get at midday. So I think in those scenarios the game looks kind of a bit weird at, like, 10 AM or 3 PM kind of times, 9 AM, 3 PM kind of times. But then it looks really nice at like 6 AM or 6 PM, and then also looks quite decent with just direct sunlight at midday. So yeah, this car, because Hyundai is so much more playful at the entry, and this is just so German and so stable. There's very little playfulness of it on the entry, so you have to really focus on how it's extracting the grip out of the tires. And because that rear tire is so progressive right now, with the added stability of the car already in there, the car seems a bit dull to drive, because you can only interact now with the front end, and with it being a bit too down right now, and it's achieving peak grip almost too early in my opinion. It feels like there's not much playing I can do with that front. Right, and you get stuff like this. It's just weird. It should have understeer and then maybe snapped. All of that should have happened differently, and should have reacted to the weight transfer of the car. It didn't. It just went to the weird sloppy slide. But after all that complaining, you have to still keep in mind that, yeah, it goes into the weird sloppy slide, and on limit behavior it's sometimes weird, and like the balancing of what happens when is not right, but there's still stuff at the end of the day that tire is doing, and it works, and you can feel it in hands. It's just that it's sometimes too little of it, or it's too early or too late, or just not enough, or it doesn't react to load enough. But at the end of the day you can feel that at least it's there. It's not like it doesn't react to it, or it reacts in such a basic, simplistic way that the tire feels numb. No, it's more numb because of the amount of the stuff happening with the tire is very low, but there's still a lot of stuff that actually is happening with the tire. While in like LMU, it's like there's huge slip angles and the tire moves around so much. The other way around. The tire actually does very little, but the car moves a lot on that tire, right? And here we have almost the different scenario, where the car doesn't move as much. It still moves quite a lot, but it doesn't move as much. But the tire itself is doing tons of stuff. It's just that those stuff that it's doing, they're not really big, so, and they cancel each other out, so it feels numb. But you can feel that there's tons of stuff happening with the tire. Well, in LMU, there's shit all happening with the tire, yet because the slip angle is high, the car on the tire moves a lot. Yeah, like as a base to build, this is the best currently in sim racing as a base to build. This has the highest ceiling so far that I can see. All the other sims have underlying big problems that I feel like, well, if they fix that, it's gonna be a great sim. But I don't really like I say it with a belief that I believe in that the devs could do it, right? But it's hard for me to like see it. While with this, I can feel it, and I can say with the straight face, fully confident in that statement, that they're gonna change some stuff that I feel that is wrong, and it's gonna come alive and properly work as a car should, period. I can confidently say that that is gonna be the case, and this is the best base to build on so far. Because let's be honest, every single sim is not really good and not complete. You can say that Assetto Corsa, there's tons of fans of original Assetto Corsa, works best, and I agree that it captures the essence of driving the best. But there's still stuff that's there with the tire that's just, it achieves that simply that. Sorry, I'm trying to use too many words to say what I want to say. It captures that essence of driving extremely well, but it does that with the tire working in a quite basic way, right? Now the problem is, the more you add and add and add to the tire, which Kunos as a technology provider, they want to develop more coherent, complete simulation. They want more of the complexity in the simulation method that they use. But that comes with balancing how it all together holistically works. That makes it so much more difficult, and this is what is happening with AC Evo, and we're seeing only the base version of it. We didn't see any tire updates so far. We know that they're coming. I heard some exciting stuff happening in the background, and I'm looking forward to it, because I can. It's the same what I said in the very initial way at the beginning of the year, in February. This is the best tire to build on so far, because it's so alive. The sidewall, it does so much work. You can feel how it's flexing. You can feel so well how different tires are working, from vintage tires to eco tires to supercar tires that are so much stiffer, to slick tires working again so differently. We know that the tires are currently not really firmly as active as they should be, so their grip is quite static, and well, you can feel it driving. Well, I would like that driving to be a bit more alive and the tire to change its grip. Well, it's gonna where it's gonna react to the temperatures more lively, right? And more actively, because right now the grip is quite static. So all of the stuff that you like, oh, I don't really know what's happening here, I want that to be changed. Well, I know what's happening here, and I know what I want to be changed, right? That's what's happening in this sim. While I'm playing LMU, and I'm like, well, this is wrong, but I don't really know what exactly I need to change, because it's just like, it needs an overhaul. A complete overhaul. Like, this needs adjusting, right? There's so many tires in sim racing that just needs an overhaul. And that goes for really everything. If you really want to improve the ACC tire, well, it really needs another overhaul. If you want to improve iRacing tire, it really needs another overhaul. If you want to improve LMU tire, it really needs another overhaul. If you want to improve AC Evo tire, it just needs adjusting, because the behavior is there. There are already behaviors in the tire that clearly will work if you'll just adjust the amount of what's happening with tire, when, how it reacts to it. While with the other sims, a lot of the times, some of the stuff just isn't there. Like, in some of the sims, I just can't feel the sidewall. Or like there's a behavior that clearly is supposed to theoretically simulate what effect the sidewall flexing would have, but I can feel that it's so fake, it's not really there, right? While in this, I can feel that there's so much happening with the tire, and they just need to tweak it and play with it and adjust it so they get it right. And as a base, I can feel that this is the best. Even though throughout this whole stream, I went and shot on it so many times and pointed out so many wrong behaviors that the car is exhibiting right now, which is clearly wrong and it needs to be fixed. But I can also feel and assess the situation and be like, well, yeah, that's that one singular thing that needs to be changed. You adjust it, and it's gonna most probably have that effect. Having said that, it's still difficult because, like I said, original Assetto was a lot more simplistic. This is a lot more difficult. There's so much happening with that tire that when you change one thing that right now I feel like is wrong, well, the effect that some other things in the tire will have is again gonna change. So fine-tuning this is probably a chore, and it's probably a very long and painful thing, because there could be like some major stuff that they can change and alter it, but then maybe the data will show them that it's not necessarily in a correct realistic window, and they need to really tweak other stuff, right? So just let them cook. This is the best base. I never really had a pleasure to drive old Miata on the limit, so I wouldn't know. But I do agree that it's quite a fun. Since we have Suzuka S's, which are so fucking amazing to always test some cars, let me take out that NA Miata there, maybe in a stock form. Customization. So we have different body colors. NA Miata in blue is just looks right. It just looks right. And in terms of parts, we have tons of parts. Okay, so 1.8 engine. I have no idea what is the RS engine and what is the BBR engine. Someone that's knowledgeable about old Miatas has to tell me what is the version of the 1.8 that is the RS and the BBR engine. Because obviously I assume 1.8 is just 1.8 because the car was offered 1.6 and 1.8. But what is the RS 1.8 and what is the BBR 1.8? Yeah, I didn't drive on a track M4, but I've driven recently a lot of BMWs, and I've driven the most powerful I was a 440i, M440i. So obviously that's a bit different than an M4 competition, but it's still an M440i. And I can also agree that AC Evo captures really well like the general feel and the essence that a certain car has. But that's really cool, man, that you had that opportunity. I'd love to have them implement the third generation MR2, because that's the car that my dad has and I sometimes take it out for a blast on some back road. So I'm starting to know more and more how just in the stock Ford the third generation MR2 behaves. So I'd love to get some really accurate well, just really accurately simulated third generation MR2 in like AC Evo. That would be amazing. So kudos if you're listening. If you want to add some Toyotas into the game, give us the third generation MR2 as a roadster. Amazing car. Okay, but I just want to check out Miata as stock Miata. Also, let me show you. If I move the time to like 10, right? So it's not really morning, but not really midday, and the sun is gonna look just kind of bland. I don't know what to say. It's like the sunlight is not direct enough, so it is at an angle, but the like the scenery looks as if it was lit from this. Like some of the stuff looks how it's supposed to, as if we're supposed to be lit from the side. Some of it is already like bright enough as if it would be lit up with a direct sunlight. Some of the surface ahead of me that I'm looking at is like there's almost too much glare or contrast coming from it, right? Like road compared to the interior right now, there's almost too much contrast of it. It's weird. Okay, steering angle. What that gonna be? That's 900 plus 45. So 990. More, I guess 1,000 or 1,010. Somewhere in between. Like 995. Because it's not 900. It's not 1,000 either. But I think 110 is too much. No, it's quite bang on actually. It's ever so slightly too much. So it's like 1,007 or something like that. Why am I looking down? 3 degrees, maybe. Even more. 5. Yeah, 5. Now, how would I sit in the Miata? I mean, the sitting position is quite bang on actually from the default. Because like I said, like you can see the shoulder almost being ahead of me. But like I said, the guy model is like modeled in a way that is actually not sitting where it, or like at least me, I can tell you that for a fact, me being a very thin guy, like I said, I would fall into that seat a bit more. So obviously in the Miata I would have that seat all the way back, which it looks like it is. So that would be probably somewhat of the sitting position I would have. I mean, it's sort of accurate to what I remember when I drove one. But I drove NB like really briefly. There was one for sale in my area, so we went to check it out. It looked really nice, but from underneath, well, it was crooked. There was something clearly wrong with the suspension. It had some adventures in the past, so. But the dad later bought that MR2. Is there really that much on-throttle rotation in the Miata? That surprised me the first time I drove that car. When I go on the throttle, the front suspension and the front of the car remain like the car doesn't squat that much. and the front doesn't really go up, and it just keeps on rotating on throttle, which is interesting. But it's rather keeping rotating on throttle because the front is just kept down with what would seem like a very stiff rebound. I was expecting Miata to just move around in the suspension a lot more. But it looks to be quite a stable car with very little body movement. I was expecting a lot more body movement, but maybe just because there's so little energy that's going through the chassis, and majority of the body movement happens earlier, already right now, and now the car is just already squashed into the bump stops, and that's why it feels so planted, and that's why it just rotates straight away on throttle, because it's already at the bottom of the suspension travel. Which I think is the thing that with the rear suspension Miatas do, that they go into the rear bump stop quite early, but someone would have to correct me on that. Right, I would love to have more load sensitivity there, but it could be that with a load sensitivity it will be fixed, because then I would be able to rotate the car more aggressively on the brake right now as I load up the front and unload the rear, but then at the same time on the exit I would have to induce some more rotation into the car and slip to really be able to break the traction, and then as I go on the throttle the car would, while squatting, grip up the rears a bit more, and to slide around on throttle I would have to, well, force it a bit more, because right now it seems like I go on the throttle and it straight away tightens the corner, even when I'm not really asking to go past the limit. But I don't really know how the car is balanced IRL. It could be that the car is actually set up to behave like that, because I know that the MR2 that I could compare it to as, you know, a similar type of car, but obviously it's a completely different chassis and different engine layout. That car is so much more load sensitive. When I drive it, whenever I go on the brakes, I have to straighten out the steering on any heavier corner range. Obviously it's mid-engine. It's funny to say, hey, I have a mid-engine sports car. It's actually made out of the parts that Toyota Corolla is made out of, the 90s Toyota Corolla is made out of, but I have a mid-engine sports car. So it's weird because there's clearly too little power for me to actually go past the limit, but under the limit there's seemingly enough power to make the car rotate on throttle. But that's just maybe how magically that car is set up. Because the MR2 I really need to force it with the load transfer and make it so whenever I go on the power it's on the limit and unload it, and then it's gonna break the rear traction and really beautifully rotate. Even with little power, but nicely because it has short wheelbase, and then the tires don't help because they're really soft with sidewalls, so the car moves around on the sidewall of that MR2, but I have to force it so much more to make it rotate on throttle, and when I can do it, then it does it, and it has beautiful balance, but I just have to make sure that there are conditions in the car is in a situation where I can do that. If I, as a driver, and I make sure that I am in a situation where I can rotate the car on the throttle, it will rotate on the throttle, right? But this seems like whenever I just press on the throttle, whatever, it just does it. Are you asking just about what are you asking? Did I try drifting in my dad's MR2? No, it's my dad's car. Did I try drifting in this? Yeah, with various cars. In some cars it feels better, in some cars it feels a bit off. I feel if the tire was a bit more snappy, it would be better, because once you overcome the slip angle, it should be the tire should be just letting go, and the car should be then going into the slide way more willingly, and then past that slide I would be able to control the slide with the power a lot more. As right now you have to really make sure that even past the high slip angle you're putting in tons of power to even sustain the slide, which obviously with the Miata is almost impossible, because the car is just so grippy even past the limit, so it just straight away balances out to the center again. Yeah, okay. But there are cars that are quite nice to drift around, when you can see from the inside how much body movement there actually is in the car. What the fuck? And I just learned doing 360s in Assetto at some point, and it's just like so funny. I can't really see. And I'm laughing just because this time around I even control it from the outside camera. It's like driving from the third person in VR is already cursed enough, and I was just chilling, doing a 360 just for shits and giggles. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously that's true, but I agree that you did, like you say, that you have to also classic whenever you initiate when the with the load transfer itself. It's almost as if it's not enough, and especially with a low powered car you have to really force it. Like if we go into maybe like a GR86 Trueno edition, which obviously a Trueno edition is made for drifting because it's a Trueno edition. We all know why. Yeah, exactly. Because there's just too much grip too far into the slip angle. What is that, like 800 degrees? No, that's sorry, that's gonna be way less, right? No, it is right, bang on 800, okay. And again, a little mini game of changing the setting position, because by default you're looking into the ground. Why the fuck am I looking at the steering wheel as like in the certain, like, I'm looking straight as if I was looking straight ahead, right? Like that. But the camera is pointed at the steering wheel, not ahead of me. So why? Kunos, why? Even more? Holy fucking shit, is that another car where it's like 13 degrees? Yes, 13 degrees in that car again. Jesus. Think about it. The camera is pitched down by default 13 degrees. 13! That's huge. That's huge angle change. Okay, where I would sit probably somewhere like that. That's probably quite bang on, actually. Another car that's deprived of a good gauge cluster because it was changed with this shitty thing. And you can see, again, the steering wheel is blocking the actual gauge cluster because it's too high. Yeah. Well, I don't have much experience of sliding shitboxes even IRL, because whenever I do some even performance driving IRL, it's very little about pushing past the limits, just playing subtly with it within what seems reasonable in on a public road scenario or a back road, right? But it's like very slow to let go, and you can see that even there it just keep on gripping. And only somewhere around now it finally lets go, but it finally lets go when there's not enough steering angle to actually catch it. So it's annoying like that. It's so difficult to drift. Funnily enough, high-powered cars are so much easier to drift in this, because with a high-powered car I just have so much power to overcome this grip limit at low slip angles, right? While with this I really have to do it hard, and I don't have enough skill and experience to properly slide around and drift this low-powered car, but I have enough control to where I can brute force like a high-powered car and just initiate the drift and control it, because then I have so much power at my disposal that my lack of sophistication in my inputs and lack of finesse, that's the word I was looking for, lack of finesse in my inputs, then I can just brute force it with just a lot of power, right? Because this, you see, I'm just going full throttle and there's too much. I have to go full throttle to really get drifting, but then I get to the point finally where I'm like at the end of steering lock with huge angle in the car, and only then it lets go. But at this point I am at the end of the steering lock, so it's too much. But let me see how the car would do it with, let's make the tires be balloons, more camber on the front, and the tires, I'll let them be balloons so they're very low grip, right? And I'll put it on eco tires, so the car is just on very low grip tires because they're just high pressure, which is not gonna change the characteristic of how they lose grip. Well, it will, right? But it's not really gonna change the behavior completely to where we want it to be, right? That as well. People pointed out a lot, and I stalled many cars yesterday because you feel like, oh yeah, it's enough power to just get the revs up, and then you let off the clutch very little, and boom, it stalls. Whereas there's actually not enough power. Weird, because a car like this has just too little power to sustain the drift, but at the same time the drift only the low angle drift is not achievable because the low angle there's so much grip at low angle. And it's just really awkward, because I think like this should be a beautifully balanced car, right? But the slip curve that the rear tires have just don't allow that balance to shine. And then when I do it too much, it just goes past that point of no return and just over rotates. Because like the car is quite nicely balanced, just if I want to do the driving, to just like try to drive it around, and it has that very raw, natural balance of a well-balanced sports car on very low grip tires. It has that feel of sort of a vintage car. And if I push the tires too much to the extremes, it exhibits some weird behaviors. You see, like through there, I was pushing through understeers, and yet even though I was pushing through understeer, the fronts were delivering enough grip to make the rear start stepping out. It was stepping out in that weird, super progressive weird way, and getting the car from understeer to that weird four-wheel drift. But at the same time, it's not really biting. It's not that the front is biting. It's the rear that's the whole car is just stepping out in a weird four-wheel slide. Should I try some Assetto just for comparison, just to get some comparisons from original Assetto Corsa, right? Let me try that. Which actually I did try already yesterday, because you can see that there's 458 Italia picked, which is such a beautifully balanced car in this game. Holy shit, it's so great to drive. Obviously older car, but it's a very similar platform. What tracks by default I have here? I have here very little tracks because I have very little mods installed currently. Japan. Yeah, I don't have Suzuka. Let's just go with the routing because it has enough corners for me to just show the stuff I want to show. Yeah, but you see, if we want to talk just about what is in ACO but isn't in Assetto Corsa, as much as Assetto Corsa original is a really good sim, there's gonna be so much less detail and and what's the word again? Way more less sophistication in the way that the tire will behave. And look, do not tell me that by any chance this game looks better, because why? Like, what the fuck is this interior? The materials of that interior are so like very like weird, and it's just an old game. As much as you can make it look quite impressive with custom shaders patch, like in VR you're not gonna run custom shader patch at those crazy settings, and like it looks really bland and outdated, to be fair, and well, it is what it is. Even though you can make it look quite impressive from the back. Right, so through here, you can see it pushing through understeer. Sure, it turned in because I wasn't driving that fast, but it just pushes through understeer. And as much as here the tire is biting, if I turn in more here, I can feel that it's actually doing something, and it keeps on delivering more and more and more and more and more. And there's a range throughout the front tire, right? Even though at the beginning it is still quite responsive. It's not that the tire is not responsive in the middle. If I start pushing the car, this is enough for the car to start doing certain behaviors, but that doesn't change the fact that I can still push the tire, and somewhere around here there's still grip and bite that I can explore. And throughout this whole thing that I'm doing this, like, so okay, I'm playing with the slip angle, but at the same time there's literally nothing that I can feel from the sidewall doing. There is something probably in the engine and the simulation that's compensating for that, and is making the behavior work and feel how it does, but that doesn't change the fact that I can feel, and I know for a fact that there's nothing simulated from the actual sidewall flexing in a certain way, right? The car moves on the body, and the tire is basically working straight to the contact patch, right? Like it's like the tire, the suspension and the body movements are going straight into a contact patch. Also, holy shit, it started lagging. So let me do that now. It's not gonna lag. But then if I okay, that was too much. Yeah, so, sort of, right? But in AC Evo, it's almost like taken a bit too far in another direction, where the tire is almost too responsive, and there's too little that the contact patch itself does past that, and there's too much happening early in the steering angle, and there's very little happening late. Yeah, obviously, but you know, it's still a vanilla Kunos car, right? So let's compare apples to apples. Which is not to say that this car behaves in a wrong way, because still I can go past that slip angle, and there's plenty enough power to keep on that slide going, right? Right, I can with a low transfer do that, and the car steps out, and then I go off power and control the slide, right? And I'm sliding through the corner, controlling the slide throughout it with throttle, right? And there is enough balance that... What the fuck? Graphics bug, probably. But there's so much more finesse control that those physics enable me to do. While with the other one, the car exhibits certain behaviors that are just stopping me as a driver from even attempting certain slides with the car, because there's too much grip in certain scenarios for me to even attempt that. And it's not that the rear here is just snapping, because you could see how into this corner I started the slide, and it started, and it right here, you see, it's going into the slide just with a load transfer and with power, me asking the power out of the car, and it's going into that slide in a really smooth way, right? So it's possible. It's not that the car is more snappy. Well, it is, right? But it's made to a degree that allows stuff like that to progress still, but then past it, it snaps enough or lowers the grip enough that there actually is enough power to just keep the slide like that going, and I can control it with the front wheels, just countering that, right? And like in this scenario, I have to go off the throttle to control the slide. Yeah, RSS cars with some shader patch physics are really nice. I agree. But you see, I think that AC Evo, if they really nail the tire model, they can get there to the RSS cars. But the problem with Kunos is that I think they're gonna have too much content as a small team, too much content to implement into the game to really focus on some cars' intricate details and really capture like sound-wise how that car feels or gets feedback from specific drivers for specific car, which RSS always does, because they focus on creating one car and they set certain standard that with this car we're gonna push that standard even further and even further, right? And the newer car and the content through RSS, as great as it is, the quality of it varies, right? While Kunos has like a standard it meets, and it just meets it. And every single car from Kunos is almost the same quality, right? Well, not to say that it's bad, but there's just a quality that they get to onto the next one, and now we have to meet that quality onto the next one, right? And they have to do it quite a lot, and do it in a relatively short period of time, considering how many cars they're gonna do, because they're gonna implement into the game like 100 cars, right? And even more with other DLCs, while RSS is just slowly adding as few cars. And you know, good GT3 cars that RSS really did, I mean, there's a handful of them, right? And some of the older RSS cars that are GT3s compared to the new ones are like nothing special whatsoever. And they're just another, well, decent mod that, at least paying for it, you know that you're not really getting scammed with something undrivable or completely unrealistic, and not behaving like the car it should simulate whatsoever, right? So they're not bad, but compared to the standard that they recently set with that Ferrari that they released, the 296, well, like it's on a completely different level again compared to what they did previously, right? So Kunos can't really afford that in their official product, to just do certain cars that are gonna be shit because they made some car and they just spent some ridiculous amount of time of just detailing one specific car. They need to detail all the cars in the game equally, right? So the compromises have to be done. I would love for Kunos to also put the effort to detail every single little thing in every single car, but that's just not possible. But the game is gonna be moddable, so at some point people are gonna start modding shit into the Assetto Corsa, and they're gonna focus on those intricate details of every car. They're gonna make some specific car sounds, not engine only, but like some, like for example in RSS cars, right? The sound that the car makes when it's pulling out of the box from neutral, just the sound that like launch control in that specific car does, or just the gearbox noise that the car makes when it's pulling out, little stuff like that, right? In RSS car it's all there, but Kunos can't afford to record for every single car all of it, considering how much stuff they have to do. And it's not, also we have to remember that Kunos right now, first of all, they have to also focus on how to create the game engine that's gonna support of it in the first place. That's what they're also developing at the same time. The implementation of the content, that's actually secondary, and it's gonna come down the line. Probably, I mean, you know, that's why we have, sorry, I closed the Oculus mirror. Look, that's why it's early access, right? We have it being early access for a reason. So I agree that maybe they're showing it as a bit too early, but I think that maybe the current release, this current release that we see right now, maybe that should have been the initial one. But at the same time, they wouldn't really be able to show us this without all the feedback that was gave to them earlier, right? So as much as I want to be angry and disappointed, and it's not that I'm not, I am, but at the same time I want to be understanding, and like as much as as an enjoyer, as a fan, I want them to succeed, and I trust that they will, and I want to see more already now. Like, look, it's a process, and they're a small team, and they do need feedback, and they do need money, so it's just bound for it to be like that. Okay, some others exciting cars in AC. We drove a Miata. Let's try a Miata. Well, you say why not use that, but like, what do you mean they're not using that? I mean, they're creating another Assetto Corsa. Like, you know, Assetto Corsa is what it is because of mods, but Kunos cannot just implement by themselves all the features that that modders are putting in, that are very small features that are, like I said, focused on very little stuff, many of that, right? And they can't focus on all of it, but what they can give us is a great base that then can be almost limitlessly explored from there on. So look, there are some bumps on the way towards there, right? Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying, but I think we're gonna get to tires feeling as good as an AC1. It's just that we are on a very long way to get there, because we want to get there with a tire that's way more detailed and way more complex in how it works. Because just copying AC1, it's like, okay, it's a good product, but we already have that, right? They're already giving us an open world, exactly. So I think we need to wait with that judgment for that next update that's gonna give us the tire model update, following all the feedback on the tire model. Because I think they in-house knew what already were the limitations with the model that they were releasing with the 01 version. We kept it at 4.02 so they can keep on working on it until 03. We're gonna get the tire model update then. Let's see what that's gonna go to, and I have a feeling that this being as good base as it is for the tire is gonna be so much better. So look, like when I'm looking at the game like LMU, I'm like, boys, your tires is absolutely dog shit, why are you not making any changes to it? And they do changes to it, and it's like, well, now it's even worse. What the fuck did you just do? And I, like, tire model wise, I have no trust whatsoever from LMU side, even though I hear that there is stuff coming to LMU, but I just have a feeling that it's not gonna be nowhere near. While this, like, don't get me wrong, it has equally as many wrong stuff about it, but I can feel that there's, I already explained it earlier, that there's things that can be done to it and adjust it, and it's gonna start working. And I have trust that Kunos will, as a team, is able to do it, because I've seen them delivering. Okay, let's try to slide this around. Holy fuck, this force feedback, and this is so much stronger, because it's 100%. Yeah, look, I also have hope for LMU, right? But I don't have a trust for them yet. So yeah, like I said, I never really thought about it like that, but there is that numbness at the beginning that is, it's not that there shouldn't be that numbness, that should be direct straight away, but obviously that numbness a bit earlier is somewhat to work as there would be a sidewall that's first flexing and then the tire is going to the slip, but there's no real sophistication in how that sidewall is working, which is on completely another level in Assetto Corsa Evo. The sidewall is the thing I keep on talking about when driving that sim, because that's what's there and is never anywhere else, right? But you can see with that load load sensitivity of the tire being way higher, I go on the throttle, and as much as I do load transfer and I break the traction, and together with that load transfer I am able to start sliding the car. When I did that earlier, let me show it in the corner again. When I'm doing it from an understeer situation, it just progresses and keeps on understeering even when I go on power, right? So if I go into the corner, there's understeer, I go on the throttle, it keeps on understeering, while the current NA Miata and AC Evo will just magically keep on rotating, which is was just interesting for me. And in this you can see that load transfer is enough for the tire to go out of that lovely gripping window, and then I have to start managing that, and it's just enough for the car to be able to lose the traction how it should. But past it, there's little. The grip is little enough after it falls off that I'm able to, even in a car like that, which is low power, just keep on rotating it. And because of that, this sim is so beautifully balanced, and it's so nice to drive. And like I said, this is still the sim that captures the essence of driving the car on the limit the best. But like, the way how the car feels right now under the limit, it's so bland and it's so simplistic. It's not that it's wrong and it's behaving in a wrong way, but the way how it gets there, it's so simplistic and it's not refined in any way, right? And that's what Kunos wants to change with Assetto Corsa Evo. Make that simulation be evolved on another level and get to this same beautiful realistic handling, but with a more complex tire model. It's just that currently that complex tire model delivers us the results that it does, and we don't have, like, look, saying that Assetto Corsa original is outdated and it just doesn't have stuff simulated that that other sims have. I'm not dissing the sim, I'm just saying that as a fact it doesn't have that. That doesn't change the fact that, like I said, the essence of that driving is still most pure and most accurate as a product that it gives us, right? But that's not the goal. The goal is to get this tire behavior and then this car behavior to be simulated in that more complex way, with the sidewall working actually more as it should. And I think we're gonna get there. And I heard behind the scenes there are some stuff happening and developed, and people that are responsible for potential changes being done to the game in those areas of the game, right? You see right here, I threw the car into the slide, and yes, it kept on rotating, but it at the same time there was that understeer throughout it. Look, it just keeps on understeering and plowing, right? While in AC Evo, and you can see that the car is, as I would describe it, front tire limited. While in AC Evo we would have that weird situation where the car isn't front tire limited. It would be weirdly now progressing into that weird forward slide, but it shouldn't. Yet it would. That's not to say that that situation couldn't happen. It just would happen under certain under different circumstances, because I still could throw the car into a slide and the rotation there would keep on increasing if I would put enough make the car just do that, right? But that's the thing. Original AC has so much stuff, just it captures whatever should be happening with the car so bloody well that in this I'm able to show you with those very simplistic and simplified and arguably outdated physics. With those physics I'm being able to show you what I want to show you best, because they're most accurate with the end result of what the car is actually experiencing at the basic level. right, into a corner like that. I wanted the car to just bite and dig into the corner. I just applied ever so slightly more brake, and it did that. And in an AC Evo right now, the car would not react like that. That wouldn't happen. Right here, I pitched it into the corner, and then because I wanted for it to bite, because I wanted to show it. Let me go back again. Here, look at how I initially got it into the corner with low transfer, and then I put in more brake, right, just to get it into the corner and get it bite, and it did, because it should. And in ACF it doesn't. It would just like engage ABS, and it would just skip with the fronts a bit and just like run wide, but that rear end at the same time would like step out, and it would do like a weird four-wheel slide while going outwards of the corner. While here, well, I wanted it to tighten the corner, I gave it front grip, and that's what happened. It tightened the corner. Like you cannot do that in AC Evo right now. There's just too little power, too much grip. I didn't test MS1 much, no. I didn't try MS. I did hear a lot good stuff about AMS1, and I saw a lot of good impressive stuff at AMS1. So I understand, but never got to test it myself. I just never got there. This shit is just so good, original Assetto. It's crazy. I think Kunos should just benchmark this, to be fair. Because, like, you know, going over curbs like that, I mean, car went over the curb, but I could feel that physics-wise, like, there was some magic happening in the background to make it seem as if it took the curb properly, but I can say that it's sort of faked, right? We all know that Assetto Corsa have really bad like curb physics and suspension physics, right? So right there, like, I went over a curb, I felt it in the steering wheel, but I know that there wasn't anything like physically happening with like a sidewall of the tire flexing as the tire is going throughout the curb. And the contact patch acting differently on the outside of it, on the inside of it. It's just made in a way that it's just one-point tire model. There's one point that it's connecting to the ground, and there should be a contact patch around that point that will behave in a certain way. And whatever is happening with the suspension goes into that contact patch, and that's it. In a concept, it's a really simplistic concept, but it's balanced out and tweaked with the values that it's using, and it simulates in such a way that it just works. It just delivers the results, and it captures that pure essence of what it is to drive a car best. And whenever I drive that MR2, I just enjoy it so much, just for the balance and how I can play with the tire. But on a road, I'm not gonna really push the car past the limit. I'm not gonna slide it around. I'm just gonna enjoy the tire all the way towards the limit, right? Somewhere in this zone, in this area, right? But for that, AC1, well, nothing's happening in AC1 up until that point, right? So that is very much lacking in AC1 for like slow driving. It's like, well, it's accurate, like accurately showing the base behavior of the car in terms of well, yeah, it's turning by this amount, it's rolling by this amount, the force wheel is sort of heavy by this amount, but like that's it. There's none of the actual like super little detail like sidewall flexing and suspension moving around in that load. It's happening, but here it's so dead. It's so alive suddenly as I start sliding it around and pushing it. There it's moving, doing all the stuff in the first way, and it's amazing, right? Right past the limit when the slip actually happens and when the contact patch starts working and sliding around and moving around, right? But up until the point when the contact patch isn't really work, but that's just the sidewall is doing the work towards the slip. There's very little in AC Evo, and I love the fact that in original Assetto Corsa, and I love the fact that AC Evo gets that right, and I love how I can feel that in AC Evo. I just want it to be together connected with this on limit behavior and past the limit behavior of AC1, because I mean you can see just with weight transfer I can do stupid shit like that, and you can see, like, for example, right there, third gear, not really pick RPM, so there was too little power for me to really go past it, and the slide died off, right? But there was still enough for the slide to happen in the first place. Let's go back to AC Evo. Yeah, Casper, I totally agree. That's exactly what I'm saying. Well, you see, you say that, but most cars in AC Evo have too much grip, and that's their problem. There is too much grip to the point that you can't explore it, and whenever you try exploring it, you go into weird slides that feel unnatural, and you can't, and you always feel that you can't really use the grip how you would want. It's the other way around. Look, I understand the screen, what you mean. Don't get me wrong. I understand what you mean, because in AC Evo, that grip is so apparent to you that you know how to use it. And in AC Evo, you don't really know where the limit and where the grip actually is. And it also creates the behaviors out of the car that you get in such way that let's get that Miata again out on the track, but maybe in a different time of day that looks more exciting. I'll show you that in a sec. You will clearly see that this car now has too much grip compared to what I was driving a second ago in original Assetto. Look how it looks in comparison. I don't want to hear any, like, the model of the car, the materials, like how this little Velcro on the side, on the middle tunnel, on the center tunnel of the car, how it looks, how the sun looks, the volumetrics of everything, the reflections on that orange thing ahead of me. This is stunning in comparison. It doesn't look amazing in every scenario, but there are some scenarios where this looks absolutely exceptional. Anyway, vintage tires, so technically this should be super low grip. No, I'm from Poland. No Italian affiliation. Why is the car off? It's not off. I pressed the wrong thing and... Okay. Look, there's so much grip, it's so hard to overcome it. And whenever I try to do any like bigger load transfer, like, sure, it starts moving on the tire and there's a lot of happening, but there's almost a bit too much grip, because with those heavy load transfer, the car should be getting into bigger slides, which, know that it's not that it doesn't, it does, but those slides that it gets into are too little, because the grip past that, it's too high. So it gets into the slide, but it's like a high grip slide. And because it's a high grip slide, it's very difficult to maintain it, because there's just too much grip to go past, right? All the tire compounds feel the same? I completely disagree. All the tire compounds feel completely different, but they deliver the grip in a similar way. But they feel completely different in the sidewall and how stiff the contact patch is, and how that contact patch works together with the, how the sidewall is stiffer in different tires, and how that sidewall works together with the contact patch and makes the contact patch react more responsive or less responsive. The problem is that that responsiveness is then dulled down by there being so much grip past the limit, because you can see I'm going constantly past the limit and I'm sliding the car, but those are so high grip slides that there's enough grip in the car for it to almost self-center and just control it. But there is so much more happening, and if I try to feel out right now what's happening, this is so much more rich, even though it feels numb in the force feedback. So I need to, while I'm at it, I need to explain the same as I did yesterday. So in AC1, that force feedback is less, it's more raw, but it's just a progressive weight buildup. It's just a progressive weight buildup. While in this, it's actually not a progressive weight buildup. There's more nuance throughout it. What's happening with when the sidewall loads up, with when it flexes, when the tire goes into a slip. The problem is that it's all so numbed down, and like all of it progresses from one state to another so fluently that the changes in each state just is so numb that it feels like it's just a static thing, and the lack of grip difference between different states, between high grip and low grip, is so little that also the effect seems like it's very numb, right? So all of it in effect feels numb, even though there's so much more happening, and they need to fix that. Because I'm not trying to praise ACF right now that this is how it should be. This is, in a way, well, there's more underneath happening with the car, what it should be happening with the car, and more being simulated, but it doesn't feel correct because the amount of it that's happening and the amplitude of all those different forces that are happening are just, for the majority of the part, too little, too small, and they feel too numb because of that. And because of that, majority of the experience just feels too numb and like too floaty. Even though it doesn't really float, there's way more refinement in the movement that the car is actually exhibiting. None of the cars change with the update. Everything is the same driving wise. Yeah, and JK is also completely right with saying that a lot of the cars IRL feel direct, well, because you are directly fucking strapped to them, and you're sitting in the car. You are part of that movement, so you feel it so directly because your body is so good at feeling all those little nuance changes in how the force is acting on you. So even in the when you're going through a constant corner like that, the tire is working, and what seemingly is a constant G-force, your body will feel every little nuance change of the G-force happening. Very, very, very small. even though under constant load, right? There is gonna be a small deviation of the lateral force, the lateral G-force, right? It's gonna be changing subtly, and your body is gonna feel that. While in the sim, nothing's happening, and it's not like there should be happening, because a lot of the people think like, oh, this doesn't feel like reality. This is completely wrong, and it's not to say that the reality feels numb. It's that the reality in the values that are actually happening is what feels numb in the sim, right? And a lot of the sims try to compensate for that by certain behaviors to the car being completely grown out of the proportion and made almost, let me use the word, feelable, right? Even though those kind of things in the amplitude that are happening are not, you're not gonna feel them. Having said that, in AC Evo almost went with this initial tire release to an extreme where the stuff is too numbed down, too much. And you could feel in original Assetto that I compared it a bit earlier, that there was the same behavior was happening to the car. It was exhibiting similar behavior, but just a bit to it, like right here. That slide did happen. It's not like I was not able to get into that, but I felt like I should be able to progress more, right? Because like this, I have to force it so much. I have to brute force it so much. And the tire should let go earlier. But it's been said by people responsible for that the next tire most likely will let go earlier. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It's a long way to go, but it's not to say that they have so much stuff to implement in the first place for it to even work. No, there's a lot of work of fine-tuning to make it to the point where they can start implementing content to the game. But the base is there, right? It's not like the base is shit and it doesn't exist. The base is great. The base is great because there's so much stuff happening already that's right there, and they just need to tweak it. They need to play around with it because the actual physics underneath here that are happening, like they are exceptional. It's just that the product that they're revealing in terms of end behavior of the car is that ever so slightly wrong, that it makes it not compelling compared to what is there on the market in form of original Assetto Corsa. But when this gets it right, and it will, it's gonna be good. Like there, I wanted to make progress that slide a bit more with the power, but I just couldn't because the tire was holding it too much. Yeah, Kasper, you're right with that force feedback thing. That it would be nice for force feedback to be more alive, to give us that feeling. I agree. That maybe the amplitude within the force feedback is operating could be expanded compared to what it should be to give us that feel. I don't think that we should get more artificial forces acting on the wheel, which, for example, gamer muscle thinks that it should be, because, well, that's how you feel the car in the sim. So give us some other seatable of the pants forces in the steering as well. I don't think that should be the case, but because we know that reality is a bit more numb, it would be cool if the force feedback, at least amplitude within which it works, would be like expanded ever so slightly to make the force feedback feel more alive. Because it's not like force feedback is doing the wrong thing right now. I mean, the force feedback is perfectly fine, but the force feedback is just a mirror of what physics are currently doing, because that's what Volkswagen in all Kuno's games is really doing. If you think about it, force feedback in original Assetto Corsa, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and Assetto Corsa Evo, it's the same. Like, nothing changes force feedback wise in free sims. It's just that free sims drive a bit differently, and it's directly portrayed in how it feels through the wheel. Because all free sims work on same principle, and you feel exactly what's happening with the steering rack of the car, with no artificial forces acting on it. All free sims work in exactly the same way, and this is just the product. This force feedback is the product of those physics. The AC force feedback is the product of AC physics. ACC force feedback is the product of ACC physics, and that's it. It's in the description, man. It's Alt Oculus CV1. Yeah, let's hope they don't run out of money and time. Oh shit. Like, I was expecting the car to... Funny. So I was expecting the car to keep on rotating, because in a 360 the car would go for like, right now it slides, then I go off the power to stop it from now pulling it, right? So I go off power, and because I go off power, now I trust the pendulum to continue the rotation, and usually the initial spin initiates right now enough pendulum, so when I go off the throttle, the pendulum now will keep on breaking the rear traction, and it will suddenly unload the front, and the front will now break traction, and the car will continue rotating and complete a 360. But you can see that those tires are so grippy that it just killed off the rotation. And it just went into that slow slide rather than rotating around its axis. Let me try again. I just need to be more aggressive. I actually can do it. I couldn't put it in reverse, my bad. I had to help it a bit by turning the front tires. Yeah, I mean it's the same for me, man. What you see right now is a custom capture that I do through Oculus Mirror. So this is just what you see. I could change it a little bit. I can show you by clicking on it that there's some stuff right here. Like oh no, you're actually not gonna see that anyway. But I can change some stuff here. So for example, I can change the FOV scale, so I can make it like that. So you see a bit more of what I see, but normally it's just zoomed in, so you see the full picture. But this is more accurate representation of what I actually see in the headset. Because obviously I see way more vertically that you see on the stream that's in 16:9. When I do it like that, then I can turn on an Oculus Mirror, which was turned on at the beginning of the stream as well, before I went to AC. This, which is gonna be camera stabilization, so now you can see that I'm moving my head so much more, and I'm tilting also my head, yet the camera for you stays right. So this is with image stabilization, and I can move my head so much, and I can twist it so much. Now I'm twisting it so much, but for you it's being stabilized. So this is overly stabilized in my view, so I stabilized it a bit less earlier. Yeah, Oculus mirror does look better than IRL VR. So I am really glad with how I managed to get my stream looking, even though this is a very expensive way of rendering the VR capture, but it is that because the actual game looks very bad and distorted. Like if I would go to OBS right now and show you AC Evo, let me do that. Where is OBS? Okay, OBS on the other monitor. I don't know if I have a window for capturing AC Evo as a game. Yeah, that is what my game looks like right now. Although on my screen it looks even worse because it's stretched over 21:9. Alright, so this definitely doesn't look as exciting. Okay, as this. Well, does look more exciting as this, but if I change right now, this is way better. With a bit of reshade on it as well. Let's see. Still, LMU performance-wise is quite good. But like AC Evo right now, it's the other way around. It barely uses any GPU, right? Like my GPU throughout the stream is barely being used. Look at the afterburner. Like we're just when I went to original Assetto Corsa, suddenly holy fuck, my temperature. No wait, that's usage. No, that's usage, not the temperature. But usage went higher, right? Or maybe that plot is throughout. No, never mind. That plot is through short time and not throughout last 8 hours. Never mind. Right, but you can see that the GPU is underused. I mean, it's going to like 80%, 70%. When I started playing with some stuff, it went to 90 when I started showing you stuff, right? But throughout the gameplay, it's like underused. Sometimes go to 70%. If I show you temperature, it's chilling at 50 degrees the whole time. It's barely being used actually. Obviously, look. Like I'm saying that like completely understanding that it is, like you say, not optimized whatsoever, and it's not utilizing the resources how it should. But I'm just showing you an example of that exact thing happening and by how much it's happening. My GPU is chilling at nice 52 degrees, which, you know, like it's decent temperature for GPU to be at if you want it to be cool. But the thing is that it is not a GPU. I have a 4090 with just Founders Edition. Which the cooler on Founders Edition, as nice as it is not as good as on some other huge 4090s that have way bigger coolers, right? And like when I play Cyberpunk and I put it on some ridiculous resolution with path tracing, like my GPU will go over 80, even if I go with fans blowing at super high speed, right? And here the fan is chilling at 50% speed with 50 Celsius, right? And I will have a fan on like 80% and or almost 90%, and also the PC case fans blowing at almost 100%. It becomes very loud, and the game is and the GPU is at like 80 degrees then, right? So yeah, that's that. Let me drive some with this image stabilization being on, because I want to later rewatch how it looks on the stream, because obviously you will see how it looks with this now extreme image stabilization that I turned on. I want to just do some driving so I can later rewatch my own stream and just see how it looks. with this type of image stabilization, because it could be that as much as I don't like that much image stabilization, it's actually not that bad for not that bad for end user, and maybe I should use a bit more of image stabilization going into the future. So let me know what's your opinion as a viewer, because obviously at the end of the day you are the viewer. Yeah, if I'm driving like that with the car, there's just the grip differences in different states is so little that it numbs it out and it makes it feel like the car is doing very little. But I can definitely see that if that tire is made more alive, the whole car is gonna shine, because there is a lot of stuff happening to that car. Okay, you say that image loses a lot of quality with stabilization? Obviously, probably like slight stabilization would work a lot better and give better results in like high-paced hypercar scenario when I look around a lot and on a bumpy track. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I don't see much sharp, like 100 meters, 50 meters. I told you those numbers only when I really could like properly read them, right? So it's also a bit blurry for me, so that I can see into the distance that well. But I'm also maybe just used to that. There is so much grip that at the end of that 360, the car started reversing, right? At the end of that 360, the car started reversing. Look at it. Here, the car starts reversing. It's actually moving backwards. At the very end, it's slowly starting to move backwards. Okay. Well, look, this is like very extreme setting of stabilization, right? So I should actually go because throughout the stream, the stabilization was set to mild. So what I can change in stabilization is, first of all, keep it like that, but then also I have the keep upright thing. So right now I can actually twist my head, and you can also see that twisting, while with that option on, now I'm twisting my head, but for you it's actually not twisting, right? So I think that should go off. And then apart from that, I can also image stabilization mild. So now this is only mild stabilization, right? So this is a lot more raw, but you can see with those black bars that my head movement is actually way different. But because of that, those are those black bars, and because of that, obviously I can change the stream to be a bit more zoomed in, and that's, I think, what we're at. Or I can turn it off completely and then, sorry, yeah, like that, and now it's directly connected. Is it? Yeah. Or I can turn it on and it's just ever so slightly stabilized. Yeah, okay. Let's keep to that. Yeah, look, it's also about just like a cinematic view of it, right? I'll look at my own stream later and I'll do some testing, but at least with AC Evo I can use that feature, because with LMU, for whatever reason, I just couldn't get it to work. That because the problem is that for image to, if I go again into the mirror, for the image to stabilize, right, if I go to the normal scale of the image, which is that, and now it's stabilized, it's obviously zoomed in, because it has to be zoomed in to give it some area around the, well, on the borders, right, where it's gonna move the positioning of the view to actually stabilize it, right? So if I turn on the stabilization, it zooms in, so whenever I move the head, in turn, what it does, it changes the positioning of the center for you, so it appears more stable, right? But for that, I need that area around, and in LMU, I am not able to do what I can do right here, that I can change what is FOV scale in the mirror, because here I can put it at higher scale, right? And now it shows you a lot higher scale vertically, and then I can turn stabilization on top of that and zoom it in, and now I can both, that those black bars are gonna come in maybe at some point, right? I zoomed in still too much, right? But you get the point, right? But in LMU, I cannot zoom it out in the first place. So in LMU, it would be zoomed in constantly, and it would just look too zoomed in the whole time. Yeah. ACFO had this showing over black because technically it is being rendered. That's how that's how it is rendered. Because it's rendered on a completely different plane, so that's why it's being shown. It will be the same with the with the HUD here, right, on the left. Is it a mistake though? I don't have much experience with those pedals, but is it a mistake? Come on. Let me try Miata with heavier force feedback. And also I need to adjust the steering rotation because I'm still on 800. This is gonna be like 100. No, this is too much because this is 900. Okay, so this is. Oh yeah, we were there before when it's 1,000. Yeah. Yeah. And you see, this is that thing that I showed you in AC, where I can just brake, and you can see the load trans are doing stuff, but it's not actually resulting in any behavior change out of the car. It's just diving and understeering, but it should unload the rear, load up the front, and make the car rotate more. But first of all, it seems that the tires are not load sensitive enough, and then that grip that's there, it's preventing it to go into the slip in the first place, right? Because it's so reluctant to go into the slip. But yeah, you can feel a lot more happening. James is a difficult person, game master. Is a difficult guy to argue with, because he truly believes that his view on how the force feedback should be is 100% objectively right, and also. I don't want to be that like mean guy about that, but I think he thinks that he knows a bit more than he actually does, or that's not right. He has a lot of knowledge and experience about sim racing, but the thing is that at the end of the day he is an old git, however he wants to be called, right? And he isn't skilled enough, and I don't think his hands are sensitive enough to feel some of the stuff in force feedback, and I think he wants the force feedback to be a lot more pronounced than he realizes. And he's talking about the subtle feel in the force feedback, but I don't think he's actually talking about the subtle feel in the force feedback. A lot of the times he's referring to stuff that in the force feedback is quite major and is quite easy to read. So what I would say, he's advocating for force feedback to be quite easy to read by the means of it being extremely direct, and the difference between certain forces being quite not high, but you know, emphasized. And I think he's not wrong in a lot of the opinions he has, but you have to like look at it with a perspective of like, yeah, it's him ranting about that stuff. It's not to say that he's always wrong, but he has a very specific perspective that he takes. And the thing is, like it or not, the perspective he has resonates a lot with a lot of other casual sim racers. because there's tons of middle-aged guys that are exactly like him, and their view of the situation is very similar because they view it through similar experiences, and it's not wrong. That's just the reality, and his feedback and his view on stuff is valuable for those people, and it's not to say that his feedback then is wrong, because in fact his feedback is the most accurate and most correct for those people, and you can then try to somehow say that it's right or wrong. Well, it's not right or wrong, it's just an opinion that resonates with others that view it through the same lens, right? But then the problem is that he sees it as that beyond Eldon, I'm right, you're wrong kind of thing. Who's James? Oh yeah, it's Gamer Master. It's just that I don't know why. At some point I just started calling him James because his name is James, so I call him James because I also met him a lot of the time. So whenever I talk with him, it's like, you know, hey Gamer Muscle. It's weird when I know him and I met him so many times. So I just call him James because he's James. Yeah. Some good stuff, boys. I think I just need to end it here because there's so much stuff that I just enjoy driving and I enjoy ranting. But at this point, I'm just gonna keep on repeating myself. And we had a good run. We saw some nice stuff. We drove some nice stuff. We explored the AC Evo behavior more and more today. We compared it to Assetto Corsa. We discovered many good stuff that were already discovered before, but we just only discovered them again. Amazing. And yeah, and let's do it again at some point into the future, because there's more and more to experience in this game. So, and I want to keep on doing that to make sure that my assessment of the situation is how I see it. Because it's not to say that whatever I say today is also be all end all, and I'm 100% right, you're 100% wrong. But to ensure that whatever I'm saying is correct, I want to explore it more and more to create even broader and more accurate picture of the situation, right? And I just want to. I'm excited about this project, about AC Evo, and I want it to succeed. And because I want it to succeed, I want to experience how it is right now. So then, when it is complete, I can be like, yes, this is correct. This is how I thought, and I'm just into this stuff. So I want to explore how it is now, how it would be later. So for that stream and for enjoying other different cars, I'll see you on another time, and we'll stream this. We'll stream LMU, expecting the patch to come for LMU in June, and yeah. See you then. I'm gonna stop mumbling because usually I say I'm gonna end the stream and then I keep on talking about 10 minutes. I'm just about to end the stream, and thank you for watching, and I keep on repeating it for 10 minutes. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night.